Solanki sir, past chairman Indore branch, as a special invitee for this session. Secretary Indore branch for your respected guests in the dais. I would now request Hitesh Romana to escort our people presenters Roshni Kamani, Kashish Kamani, and Anisha Vyas to the dais. Thank you everyone. I request the dignitaries to proceed for Saraswati Vandana and Life Thank. And I request the Kirti Joshi sir, regional council member, and other members of the Bengal Managing Committee to join for the same. Please proceed. You won't have to answer. Thank you everyone. Now I request everyone to rise up for CA photo song.
यही खड़ा होता
Thank you everyone.
Good morning to all the students. Good morning. कल वाली एनर्जी चाहिए. Good morning. Good morning to all the dignitaries seated. Vikram Gupte sir, session chairman. Shailen Solanki sir, our keynote speaker, Mr. Dhananda sir, all the paper presenters, and regional council member Sri Kirti Joshi sir, our judges Sarthak sir, Chital Mistry sir, and Johar sir. Sir, I'll just be taking 2 minutes. Yesterday we had an awesome event, an awesome gathering, a never expected gathering, and I just want to congratulate all the team members and bring them on the stage who are responsible for bringing out so much crowd and the fun we had yesterday, as well as for the success of this conference. So I am just calling out the names of the Sikasa members because of whom the whole mega conference Arohan is what it is today. So, starting with Akshat Jain, Saksham Agarwal, Shreyan Shukla, please come on the stage, please. Aryan Jain, Priyanshu Singh, Vansika Bhamani, Anjali Bukharia, Sabha Sheikh, Sakshi Dubey, Muskan Lalwani, Akshita Jain, Aditi Vyas, Kartik Prajapat, Chahak Jindal, Hitesh Lohana, Anuj Chokse, Abhay Verma, Sandesh Agarwal, Samarth Khare, Rajvansh Jain, and Dhruv. So this is the whole Sikasa team who has spent their days and nights for organizing this event. Please give them a huge round of applause. This is the team. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Please. We can start off with the session.
I would now request Vanshika Pamani, Treasurer of Sikasa, and Aditi Vyas to present floral bouquet and memento for session chairman Sri Vikram Gupta. I would now request Rajvansh Jain and Abhay Verma to present floral bouquet and memento to our special invitee, C.A. Shailen Solanki sir, past chairman of Indore branch. Also, president of CPM. I would now request Sandesh Agarwal to present memento for paper presenter Roshni Pagnani. I would now request Kartik Prajapat to present memento Kashish Kalmani. I would now request Kamal Agarwal to present memento Tanisha Vyas. भगवान ने भी कीमती रत्न कीमती के लिए बनाए थे। उन रत्नों में सबसे ज्यादा कीमती रत्न आज हमारे बीच आए हैं। Today we have with us the MS Award sir, the Sarthak Jain sir, and the Chetan Mantri sir with us. I would now request Muskan Dalwani to present rose buds and memento to the MS Award sir. Now, I would now request Anjali Bukharia to present rose buds and memento to Sri Sarthak Jain sir. Now, I request Akshat Jain to present rose buds and memento to Sri Chetan Mantri sir. As we all know, now in a globally integrated economy, fair and impartial audit is not just a domestic concern, but also an instrument to enhance our reputation and credibility on a global stage. It assumes greater significance during difficult times, such as the one we are going through now due to the impact of COVID-19 pandemic. With increasing complexity of financial markets and higher expectations from the public about efficient resource allocation, the role of audit has become even more important. As India aspires to grow faster, the expertise and independence of auditors will have to be leveraged to provide more assurance on financial performance to all stakeholders. Therefore, we need robust audit for a dynamic and resilient economy. To delve into the need for audit, we have to understand that economic decisions are increasingly made based on the available evidence and information and the results of auditing. Now, I would request Sri Rajat Kankasar, Secretary Indore Branch, to present a welcome address.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome to the second day of the CA Mega Student Conference Arohan. Respected CA Vikram Gupta sir, Session Chairman, CA Shailendra Solanki sir, Past Chairman Indore Branch, CA T.T. Joshi sir, Regional Council Member, CA Swarnim Gupta ji, Chitasa Chairman, CA Atishay Nagdiwala ji, Vice Chairman, CA Mausam Rathi ji, CP Chairman, CA Amitesh Jain, Registrar Indore Branch, all the paper presenters, all the judges, MS Johar sir, Sarthak sir, Chetan Mantri sir, and my dear students. As we all know, audit is the lifeline of a chartered accountant. Every chartered accountant will start its course. It starts with the word audit. हमें कोई जानता है किसी से भी किसी तरह तो दो ही शब्दों से जाना जाता है, ऑडिट और टैक्स कंप्लायंस. हर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की पहचान है ऑडिट और टैक्स कंप्लायंस. एंड आई एम लकी दैट आई गॉट माय आर्टिकलशिप डन बाय माय मेंटर सीए विक्रम गुप्ते सर, जिन्होंने हमेशा एक ही बात समझाई, जितना कॉन्सेंट्रेट आप वाउचिंग और ऑडिट पे दोगे उतना अच्छा कंट्रोल आपका फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स के रिव्यू या आप आगे जब ग्रो करेंगे उन्हें रीड करना, कुछ गलती तो नहीं हो रही है, उस पर कंट्रोल रहेगा. तो ऑडिट इज द बेसिक जिससे आपकी सारी चीजें चालू होती है. टैक्स कंप्लायंस भी अगर आपको करना है तो आपको ऑडिट के थ्रू ही आगे पता चलता है कि टैक्स कंप्लायंस प्रॉपर्ली हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा है. So audit and assurance is a basic field which every chartered accountant should get into, should dive into, and should have expertise in it. And we are lucky that our session chairman for the day is an expert of this. Without wasting time, I welcome you all and I request to proceed for the session. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to request CA Shailendra Solanki sir, past chairman Indore branch and also president of TPA, to address the audience.
Good morning, friends. Respected Vikram Gupta ji, respected Major Dhanuka ji, Kirti Joshi ji, Anand Jain sir, Swarnim Gupta, juries and the team. और जैसा कि रजत ने बताया कि ऑडिट एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट की कोर फील्ड है। जब हम लोगों ने ऑडिट शुरू किए थे उस समय सिर्फ ऑडिट ही एक फील्ड हुआ करती थी जो मेन फील्ड थी। अब बहुत सारी फील्ड्स और आ गई हैं जो नई फील्ड्स हैं जिसमें ऑडिट थोड़ा कहीं पीछे हो गया है, लेकिन फिर भी अगर हम ऑडिट को अच्छे से करते हैं और ऑडिट पे पूरा फोकस करते हैं तो हमारा बेस मजबूत होता है। अगर कोई भी चीज हमको टैक्सेशन या किसी भी उसमें आगे अगर देखना है तो बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट और वाउचर्स ये सब चीजें अगर अच्छी नहीं है तो आगे ना हम टैक्सेशन में ना हम असेसमेंट करवा पाएंगे, ढंग से ना अपील करवा पाएंगे। तो ऑडिट एक और फील्ड है, इस पे पूरा अपने को फोकस करना चाहिए। ये केवल एक वाउचिंग की फील्ड नहीं है कि केवल अपन ने वाउचिंग की या स्टेचुटरी कंप्लायंस नहीं है। इस ऑडिट को अपने को एक वैल्यू एडिड आइटम जैसा देखना चाहिए। अभी क्या हो रहा है कि मोस्टली चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स एक स्टेचुटरी कंप्लायंस जैसा ऑडिट कंप्लीट कर देते हैं। मैंने फॉर्चुनेटली लोडेंट कंपनी बॉम्बे से आर्टिकलशिप की थी। वहां पे पूरा पहले आपको एक उसके यूनिट के बारे में आधा दिन वहां विजिट की करवाई जाती थी, ऑडिट प्रोग्राम पूरा बनाया जाता था जिससे कि पूरा आपको उसका ओवरव्यू नॉलेज हो। उसके बाद आप उसके ऑडिट शुरू करते थे जिसमें आप एक चीज को उस पर राइट पर्सपेक्टिव से देख सकते थे। केवल बुक्स को देखना, केवल पेपर्स को देखना ऑडिट नहीं है, उसकी सही इम्प्लीकेशन, उसमें कहीं कुछ गलत हो रहा है क्या। क्लाइंट को आप जब तक वैल्यू एडिशन नहीं दोगे तब तक केवल आप स्टेचुटरी कंप्लायंस के लिए ही रखे जाओगे। अगर क्लाइंट को आप वैल्यू एडिशन देते हो कि आगे इसका क्या रिपरकशंस हो सकते हैं, इनकम टैक्स में ये चीज जुड़ सकती है, तो आपको उस हिसाब से उसका इस एंगल से देखना पड़ेगा। ये वैल्यू एडिशन देना आपके लिए बहुत जरूरी है और दिस इज द गोल्डन पीरियड। आर्टिकलशिप में जो आप सीख जाते हो, सीए बनने के बाद आप पूछ भी नहीं सकते कि मैं अकाउंटिंग एंट्रीज किस तरह से करूं। तो आर्टिकलशिप पीरियड जो है ये आपका गोल्डन पीरियड है, इसको आप जितना सीरियसली लोगे और ऑडिट को केवल एक रूटीन कंप्लायंस में समझ के इसमें पूरा उसको ध्यान से देखो कि इसमें क्या चीज अपन वैल्यू एडिशन दे सकते हैं नहीं, उस चीज को अगर आप करते हो तो मेरे हिसाब से एक ऑडिट का कंप्लायंस एक प्रॉपर कंप्लायंस कहलाएगा और इससे अपने सीए के प्रोफेशन की डिग्निटी भी बढ़ेगी। क्योंकि केवल रूटीन ऑडिट करने से कोई पर्पस सॉल्व नहीं होता। बाकी इन सब चीजों को बताने के लिए विशेषज्ञ हैं। मैं मेनली टैक्सेशन में प्रैक्टिस करता हूं तो इसलिए ऑडिट के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा नहीं जानता। मैं जो उस 92 तक मैंने जो ऑडिट किया था मैं उसी के बारे में जानता हूं। मैंने जो कहना था कह दिया। थैंक यू।
Now, I would like to introduce our session chairman, C. Vikram Gupta sir. C. Vikram Gupta sir is senior partner of Thomson Reuters, Furnish and Gupta LLP, Chartered Accountant. He has got post-qualification experience of 30 years in the field of audits, company law, and indirect taxes. He has been actively engaged in implementation of GST since 2010 during his tenure as co-opted member of Indirect Tax Committee of ICAI for their 9 and 10. Now, I would like to request C. Vikram Gupta sir to give the welcome remarks for the session.
Thank you, Akshita. Thank you, Sakshi. Good morning, friends. Friend on the dais, Kalan bhai, Rajat, Gawar sahab, Sarthak ji, office bearers of the Gawar Managing Committee and CA Kirti Joshi, our regional council member. So, कल रात को कैसा रहा रॉक म्यूजिक कॉन्सर्ट आपका? Enjoyed? वो फील मुझे आने के बाद लगा जब इस हॉल में एंटर किया, क्योंकि हमारे जो मेंबर्स की कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है उसमें ऐसा गाना नहीं होता, तो मुझे लगा कि शायद रॉक बैंड का इफेक्ट अभी तक हॉल में चल रहा है। So music is important to life, but audit is also important to our profession. Audit is basically our mother profession, and therefore the motto of our institute is Yash Sutteshu Jagat, यानी जो इंसान सोते हुए के बीच में भी जागता है वो। So audit is very important, very critical for our profession. We have been doing audit since ages. जब से इंस्टीट्यूट का फॉर्मेशन हुआ है तब से, और उसके पहले से भी जब रजिस्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स हुआ करते थे, लेकिन तब से लेके आज तक ऑडिट में बहुत चेंजेस हुए हैं, बीट मेथोडोलॉजी, बीट फोकस, कंप्लायंस और एनीथिंग। काफी सारी चेंजेस ऑडिट फील्ड में हुई हैं, और इसी के साथ साथ सोसाइटी का एक्सपेक्टेशन भी चेंज हुआ है। We can call it a expectation gap. मैं सोच रहा हूँ आपकी बात मुझे सुनाई नहीं दे रही है, शायद मेरी आपको सुनाई दे रही होगी।
स्टूडेंट्स सर कुछ बोल रहे हैं, प्लीज साइलेंस एंड डेकोरम मेंटेन करें। कोई स्पीकर बोल रहा है आपके लिए तो आप प्लीज ध्यान दें उनको। अगर किसी को बात करनी है तो वो बाहर जाके बात कर सकता है। आप
लोग 2 दिन के कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए हैं, ये जो स्पीकर आए आपके बीच में बहुत तैयारी करके आए हैं, वो कुछ पढ़ के आए हैं, कुछ थोड़े से समझ में जो वो आपके सामने बोलेंगे, अगर आप उनको ध्यान से सुनेंगे तो भले ही आपने पढ़ा हो या ना पढ़ा हो, आपको कुछ चीजें ध्यान में रह जाती हैं जो एग्जाम्स में आपको बहुत काम आने वाली है। तो इसलिए मेरी आप लोगों से गुजारिश है, आप कृपया ध्यान से सुने। So we were discussing audit profession. Audit के अंदर जो अभी सोसाइटी का जो एक्सपेक्टेशन गैप है, आज किसी भी ऑडिट कंपनी, किसी भी कंपनी का अगर ऑडिट होता है, रिपोर्ट इश्यू होती है, उसके बाद में उसमें कोई फ्रॉड निकलता है तो सबसे पहले उंगली ऑडिटर पे उठती है कि इन्होंने क्या किया। लेकिन अगर आपने ऑडिट स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑन ऑडिटिंग के हिसाब से किए हैं, SQC 1 का पूरा फॉलो किया है, और आपका ऑडिट डॉक्यूमेंटेशन पूरा कंप्लीट है, तो फिर लोगों को या सोसाइटी को बहुत कम गुंजाइश होती है आपकी उंगली उठाने की। लेकिन इस बात के लिए तैयार रहिए कि जब भी कोई ऑडिट होता है उसमें गलती होती है, फ्रॉड्स निकल सकते हैं। अब क्वेश्चन ये है कि हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है, ऑडिट का ऑब्जेक्टिव है या इन्वेस्टिगेशन का ऑब्जेक्टिव है। सो अगर आप अपनी ऑडिट ओपिनियन देखें, उसको पढ़ें, तो इट सेज द फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स आर फ्री फ्रॉम मटेरियल मिसस्टेटमेंट। सो वन वर्ड इज मटेरियल मिसस्टेटमेंट caused due to fraud or error. सो फ्रॉड का हमने भी यूज किया है हमारी ऑडिट ओपिनियन में कि जो मटेरियल मिसस्टेटमेंट है वो इंटेंशन उसका एरर की वजह से है, जो कि अनइंटेंशनल होती है, या फिर फ्रॉड की वजह से, जो हम सब जानते हैं इंटेंशनल होता है। फ्रॉड इज बेसिकली टू डिसीव समवन टू टेक अनड्यू एडवांटेज विद मलाफाइड इंटेंशंस। सो यहाँ पे प्रोफेशनल स्केप्टिसिज्म काम में आता है। प्रोफेशनल स्केप्टिसिज्म से जब भी आप देखेंगे उस ऑडिट को, आप उसको यूज करेंगे तो आपको पता चलेगा कि ये एरर है या फ्रॉड है। फिर मटेरियल है, इमटेरियल है, आपको रिपोर्ट करना है, उसका अनएडजस्टेड एरर्स है, वो सब चीजें बाद में आती हैं। लेकिन इनिशियली जब आप ऑडिट की शुरुआत करते हैं उस समय हमें ये चीजें ध्यान में रखनी है, एंड वी हैव टू बेयर इन माइंड the possibility of a fraud in that financial statements. And therefore we have one standards on auditing, SA 240, auditors responsibility relating to fraud, जिसके ऊपर की आज का पहला पेपर है, और कशिश उसको सेकंड पेपर है जिसको कशिश डील करेंगे आप लोगों के साथ। So SA 240 के बाद में SA 315 रिस्क असेसमेंट और SA 330 ऑडिटर्स रिस्पॉन्सिव टू असेस रिस्क, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टैंडर्ड है। इनके हिसाब से अगर हम पूरा ऑडिट करते हैं तो फ्रॉड के चांसेस बहुत कम हो जाते हैं। सोसाइटी की एक्सपेक्टेशन जैसे मैंने कहा बढ़ती जा रही है, गवर्नमेंट की एक्सपेक्टेशन भी आपसे बहुत ज्यादा है। आप सब लोग कल को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स होने वाले हैं, कुछ लोग प्रैक्टिस में रहेंगे, कुछ सर्विस में जाएंगे। तो जो लोग बैलेंस शीट साइन कर रहे हैं, एक चीज जरूर हमेशा ध्यान रखें कि आपके सिग्नेचर्स की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है। आपकी सिग्नेचर्स जो फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स को होती है, दैट गिव्स अ कंफर्ट टू द रीडर ऑफ दैट फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट। तो इसीलिए इंस्टीट्यूट ने अंडर कंपनीज एक्ट भी एक सेक्शन 143(12) में रिपोर्टिंग रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डाली है ऑडिटर्स के ऊपर कि अगर कहीं कोई फ्रॉड उनको मिलता है तो वो डायरेक्टली ऑडिट कमेटी को या गवर्नमेंट को रिपोर्ट करेंगे बेस्ड ऑन द क्वांटम ऑफ द फ्रॉड। दूसरा आज का जो टॉपिक है कारो 2020 जो तनिषा डील करने वाली है। कारो 2016 was replaced by Caro 2020. Caro 2016 was basically related to compliance, but Caro 2020 is much elaborate than that. Apart from compliance, it comments on solvency of the financial health of the company and the corporate governance as well. 2020 इसलिए क्योंकि इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एक साल के लिए डेफर हुआ कोविड के समय, और फर्स्ट टाइम ये मार्च 22 फाइनेंशियल ईयर के जो ऑडिट हुए उसमें ये एप्लीकेबल हुआ था। तो एक तो ये सब चीजें उन्होंने काफी सारे नए पॉइंट्स इसमें ऐड किए हैं। दूसरा, काफी सारे पॉइंट्स के ऊपर जो ऑडिटर्स के कमेंट मांगे गए हैं उनको मैनेजमेंट डिस्क्लोजर के रूप में शेड्यूल 3 के अंदर भी इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है। सो द गवर्नमेंट वांट्स द कंपनीज टू गिव डिक्लेरेशंस उन फैक्ट्स देने के लिए शेड्यूल 3 में, और उसके ऊपर उसके बाद फिर ऑडिटर्स उस पर कमेंट करेंगे। जब फर्स्ट टाइम ये ऑडिट हुआ 2022 का, तब बहुत सारे लोगों को ये भी एक दुविधा थी कि जो एप्लीकेबल नहीं है वो क्लॉजेज उसमें हम रिपोर्ट करें या ना करें। उसमें मेरा बहुत छोटा सा सजेशन ये था कि अगर कारों में आपको उस पर रिपोर्ट करना है तो बेटर ये है कि मैनेजमेंट से उसको बैलेंस शीट में लिखवा लें। इसके अलावा काफी सारी चीजें उन्होंने बहुत डिटेल में इस बार मान ली हैं, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस गिवन टू सब्सिडीज एसोसिएशन जॉइंट वेंचर्स। सो लोन्स एंड एडवांसेस तो एक पार्ट है, इसके अलावा एडवांसेस इन द नेचर ऑफ लोन्स जो अभी तक कभी पूछा नहीं गया था। एडवांसेस इन द नेचर ऑफ लोन्स यानी अगर आप देखेंगे बहुत सारी कंपनीज की बैलेंस शीट्स में सब्सिडीज को या रिलेटेड पार्टीज को ऐसे एडवांसेस सालों पुराने खड़े हुए हैं जिसका कोई पर्पस नहीं। लेकिन जब भी ऑडिट में अगर उनको पूछे तो आप वो बोल देते हैं कि ये वो परचेस करने के लिए कर दिया था, अभी आया नहीं है मटेरियल वहां से, ये 3 साल से पड़ा हुआ है, 5 साल से रखा हुआ है, या ये पर्टिकुलर लैंड के अगेंस्ट में एडवांस दिया हुआ है। इस टाइप से पहले होता था, लेकिन अभी उसके ऊपर भी कमेंटिंग के लिए कारो 2020 में आ चुके हैं। अगर आपने किसी पेमेंट स्टिपुलेशन के साथ दिया है तो भी आपको कमेंट करना है, नहीं दिया है तो भी देना है। अगर आपने उससे इंटरेस्ट चार्ज किया है तो वेदर इट इज प्री जुडिशियल टू द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ द कंपनी, वो भी आपको बताना है कि भाई अगर आप कंपनी बोरो कर रही है तो कितने इंटरेस्ट पे ले रही है और कितने इंटरेस्ट पे उन्होंने सामने वाले को दिया हुआ है लोन। ऐसे काफी इंपॉर्टेंट एरियाज उन्होंने कारो 2020 में कंसिडर किए हैं। इसके अलावा थर्ड जो हमारा है ऑडिट अप्रोच ऑन रिमोट ऑडिटिंग। कोविड के समय हम सब लोगों ने देखा वी हैड डिफिकल्टीज इन कंडक्टिंग ऑडिट्स, इवन फिजिकल वेरिफिकेशन। I had the experience of doing physical verification through video conferencing. पूरी फैक्ट्री के अंदर वीडियो कैमरे से उन्होंने ये देखा था कि कैसे वो होता है। तो इससे कि रिमोट ऑडिटिंग की भी फैसिलिटीज या टेक्निक्स अभी हम लोगों को डेवलप करनी पड़ रही है, उसके बारे में रोशनी will discuss that. So I wish all of you a very bright professional future ahead. Study hard and become chartered accountants as early as possible. And I wish the paper presenters all the best for their paper presentation. और इसके बाद एक बार आप पेपर प्रेजेंट उनका हो जाएगा, then we can discuss further modalities. Thank you very much.
Before we proceed to paper presentations, let me quickly revise you the rules and regulations for the session. Every paper presenter will get 15 to 17 minutes. There will be buzzers at 15 minutes. If the presentation exceeds 15 minutes and the last buzzer will be at 17 minutes. Every session has 3 presenters and one will be selected as the winner. Now, I would like to invite Roshni Kamnani to present on the topic Auditor's Responsibility on Fraud Reporting.
Good morning, everyone. How many of you started your articleship in the last 2 years? Still not over the cultural night award. How many of you started your articleship in the last 2 years? Your businesses? We did conduct the articleship and business amidst the COVID also, right? Even after being in such a disruptive environment, we did carry on the businesses. Why? Economy never stops. Well said by our dignitaries that audit is also one of the core things done by a CA, and even it didn't stop. That the mind is without fear and the head is held high. Where knowledge is free and the world has not been broken up into segments by narrow domestic wars. With these lines by Dr. Rabindranath Tagore, I, Roshni Kamnani, would like to greet you all on and off the dais and also the audience as I speak about a highly intriguing topic, that is approach on remote auditing, plans and precautions. Now, the only thing I want you throughout this presentation is some of your consciousness and time. Thank you. So moving forward, what is remote audit? In simple words, a virtual audit conducted using technological and psychic tools and techniques. Well, the major logic and objectives are much similar to a physical audit, just the execution differs. Now coming back to the last 2 years. Amidst COVID, auditing saw a great change in its execution. COVID brought differences in literally everything in this world. Remember pre-COVID, how we always joked about everything being online? Well, we never imagined the change to be this fast. But clearly God had its own plan. So the compulsory execution had to bring remote audit to the mainstream along with the physical audit. Moving forward, the benefits. Virtual audit definitely has some benefits in comparison to the physical audit, and hence it is used widely right now. The first being flexible. No point for guessing how a remote audit is flexible with places. We can carry it from anywhere in this world. Auditing, just like technology, has evolved from being conducted face to face to being conducted from literally two ends of this world. I hope I'm audible there. From being conducted face to face to being conducted from two ends of this world, it has come a really long way. Economic and time saving. Now here there's a catch. Even after being economic and saving time, this should not be the only criteria of choosing on a remote audit. Prioritize. We'll talk about that further in the presentation. Prioritize towards valuable activities. This gives auditors a chance to prioritize on the most important activities like the review of the audit and asking for questions about the same. Expertise and perspective. Let me give a small example about this. See, in a physical audit, only one or two auditors can go and check the site, inspect it, right? the best results possible. Real-time audit also being one of the greatest benefits. Now, after I talk about all of the benefits, I hope many of you would have the questions of why, not of why we don't replace the physical audit completely with remote audit. Anyone? You had this question? Great. But before deciding on a virtual audit, we need to think about a lot of things. It is not that easy. Audit objective should be fulfilled. And even after the audit objective is fulfilled, we think if the audit objective is being fulfilled, we think we can move to a virtual audit. No, we need the infrastructure and the technology available. See, if we live in a small area, we live in a small town, or many of us come from a small town, even after we see that the objective is being fulfilled, we can't really move to a virtual audit. The reason being availability of technology. We do not have the required technology at every place for conducting a remote audit. The last but not the least, risk assessment being done. Any kind of audit needs a risk assessment. Another tough word, right? I'll tell you about it. Wait. Risk assessment is a kind of way to find out, evaluate, and assess all the risks related to audit and then bring it to the least attainable risk in order for the audit objective to be fulfilled. As per the chart here, if you can't see the chart, I will say it. As per the chart here, from the left to the right, the risks are being decreased way by way in the multi-stage diagram by the way of different ways and techniques, followed by the audit. Moving forward, if we have finally decided on getting a virtual audit done, we move to the first step of conducting an audit, the planning. The auditor plans an audit in such a way that it brings the best result and that the audit objective is being fulfilled. But let's finally talk about the difference of planning in a virtual audit and a physical audit. The first being prior agenda and documentation request. Prior agenda is very important, but here the documentation is more important. Why? Because the documentation needs to be first transferred even before the planning phase. The second, validation of information. Being in a digital area, we have seen how the documents get forged so easily. We get forged documents every day, and hence the auditor's duty increases even more in the virtual audit. So validation of information is more important. Confidentiality. Now, for this topic, we'll talk yet again in the slides because that is one of the most important things to be kept in mind while conducting a virtual audit. ICT consideration. These deal with the technological tools being used in a virtual audit. Now, the technological tools being the medium of the audit are to be considered in order for the audit to be the best, to give the best result and to be conducted in the best way possible. Now, to the financially focused audience, I'd like to ask, what do we do after we are done planning? It's 10 a.m. I get no one spoke yet. So I'll tell you, we conduct the audit. After the planning is done and before the audit has finally occurred, like the chart, we schedule, communicate, and prepare the documents. The first being the schedule. Being self-explanatory, we schedule the audit according to the timing. Communication with the auditor is important throughout the audit. He should know where the audit is right now and what is the status of audit at the given point of time. Relevant documents. As I already told you before, relevant documents play a major role, especially in a virtual audit, where the kind of forgery is increased a lot in the current area. And hence, we move to the audit occurrence. After the audit has been conducted, we move to one of the most important parts of a virtual audit, or any audit for that matter, reporting. I'd like to say one more thing. I kept the presentation as simple as as possible so that at least the audience is able to understand what I am trying to say and not be in the technical era. So, talking about reporting. Reporting of non-conformity follows an on-site method. Now, in order to keep the virtual audit, in order to give the virtual audit the same importance like a physical audit, we need to report the non-conformity in the same manner as it is done in an on-site method. It must have summary of all findings. A virtual audit is anyways behind a physical audit when it comes to findings. We cannot give complete detailing to even small things. So at least the audit should have summary of the findings that we get in a virtual audit. The third, provided on time. Now here there's a small catch. The audit should be provided on time like it is provided in an on-site object. But here the technology availability thing comes in. Companies have worked on a small thing like providing of particular furniture, like comfortable seats, providing of internet connectivity. Even companies like Deloitte have done that. Why? To bring the best efficiency of audit. It is not that easy to sit at home in that environment, in your comfort, and still do audit and prepare it on time. Hence, even small things have to be kept in mind. The last being should contain details of the ICT tools chosen. The ICT tools are the technological tools, and they need to be clearly kept in mind because they can really change the kind of audit being done by the auditor. Confidentiality plus one. I told you we'll talk about it later. Confidentiality plus one. Now this is needed in any kind of audit. Financial information is very important and we need to keep it confidential. But why the plus one? Well, this is because in virtual audit, confidentiality has to be kept on a different level than a physical audit. For example, I'm an auditor, I go to a place and do the audit. I work on their server and hence the confidentiality and the data threat is to a certain extent. But then I'm at Indore, I give my information to an auditor in Mumbai at his home. Even without the knowledge of the auditor, there can be data threat. The people who are in his goodwill or who are in the neighborhood can use the data in the most wrong way possible. Which is why confidentiality plus one needs to be kept, remembered while doing a remote audit. Moving forward to the audit types. Well, even after all the benefits, advantages, and things, remote audit is not exactly to the mark of physical audit, and we have to accept it. But these kind of audit can really increase the importance of remote audit even over physical audit. These audits, like vendor qualifications, routine vendor audits, investigator site audits, and internal audits, can be done remotely and also save the resources even more than the physical audit and get the required result. Moving forward to the precautions. Precautions being one of the most important part of a remote audit. When we are not at the site, we need to be very more precautious as compared to an on-site audit. The first being confidentiality. I have talked a lot about confidentiality and there's a reason. When we are not at the site, the confidentiality should be kept in mind. Otherwise, even if the objective is fulfilled, the technology is available, still there is no real use of the audit. Decision of interval. Well, let me take a test. Who is listening to me right now? Raise your hand. See, even after standing right here, I did not get a 100% hand raise. This is why the decision of interval is important. It is proved that several small sessions on different topics prove way more efficient and better related as compared to a long time session, and hence this should be kept in mind while preparing for the remote audit. The third, decision of participants. The decision of participants is also one of the most important things to be kept in mind because If there is noise and disturbances, the audit cannot be conducted. Also, do you remember on May 8, 2000, in a Supreme Court hearing, a simple sound of a toilet flush could result in taking of job of a high-end official. This clearly gives us how much important it is to cater the noise inside the audit. Anticipation of risk. Well, when conducting the audit remotely, the risk increases much more. The risk should be anticipated by checking all the technological and cycling risks to which can occur while conducting an audit in order to maintain the continuity and have a good execution of the audit. The creation of a relaxed environment. Well, how many of you can come and speak over here? See, really less, right? We can't come and speak over here and we expect someone to be comfortable on video while conducting a very important thing about business. This is why creation of a relaxed environment is very important while conducting a virtual audit. Last but not the least, investigation of video recording. This thing should be kept in mind. Why? This video recording can be kept for the reference purpose in the future and hence be held in order to cater the requirements of the audit. Moving forward, last but not the least, I want you to hear this at least. See, being an auditor and being independent of all the emotional things, the psychic things, the risk, the family background, our personal political opinions, we forget that we need to be empathetic. What does empathy mean? Well, the time when the remote audit was being done at the highest level was amidst COVID. We need to be empathetic even when we are doing a financial thing like an audit, which is why empathy is also one of the precautions which needs to be catered while conducting any remote audit. With this, I thank you for being such a wonderful audience I try now being open to any questions and reviews about the same. Thank
you. Now, I would like to invite our second speaker presenter, Anisha Vyas, to present on the topic Paro 2020 and Audit Sample.
Am I audible? नाभिषेक संस्कार सिंहस्य क्रियते वने विक्रमादित्य तदत्वस्य स्वयं वृद्धिर्भूता. This slow says nobody declared a lion as the king of the forest. The lion has to work hard, and the lion, by his own, achieves the status of a king. Similarly, success can be only achieved through endurance and hard work. Good morning, everyone, respected dignitaries, respected judges, and all my dear lovely audience. My name is Anisha Vyas, and today I'm here to present the paper on topic Paro 2020 and Auditing Standards. So let us begin. Now the first question arises in our mind that what is Paro 2020? So Paro 2020 is a new reporting format for a statutory audit of a company under the Companies Act 2013. Paro 2020 includes additional reporting requirements after consulting with NAPRA. Now you might be thinking on which company Paro 2020 is applicable. So let's be clear, Paro 2020 is applicable on every company, including the foreign company as defined in section 2, subsection 42 of Companies Act 2013. Now, few companies have been exempted from applicability of Paro 2020. So Paro 2020 is not applicable on banking company, insurance company, one-person company, small company, section 8 company, private company, which is not a subsidiary or holding of any public company, whose total revenue is not more than whose total revenue, including the revenue from discontinued operation, are not more than 10 crores as during the any time during the financial year, whose total borrowings are not more than 1 crore from banks or financial institutions at any time during the financial year, and its paid up share capital plus reserve and surplus are not more than 1 crore as on balance sheet date. So let's move forward. Now, you might be thinking on what companies start of 2020 start dealers. That I already answered. Now, the next question arises in your mind: what auditor has to report under CARO 2020? So, well, this has been answered in para 3. So, para 3 specifies about the matters to be included in auditor's report. So, there are total 21 clauses for which the auditor has to report under CARO 2020. Now, I want to ask the question: how many of you remember this 21 clause? Nobody? Oh, I can see some of them remember. So, thank you everyone for giving me an opportunity that I can explain this clause. Let us move ahead. So, the first clause is about property, plant and equipment and intangible assets. Subclause A says adequacy of records. That the auditor has to check whether the company has maintained the proper records of property, plant and equipment and intangible assets, showing the full particulars, quantitative details, and so on. Clause B is about physical verification. So auditor has to check whether the management has conducted the physical verification of property, plant and equipment at reasonable interval. If any material discrepancy is found, whether it has been properly judged in the books of accounts or not. Subclause C says about title deeds. So auditor has to check whether the title deeds of immovable property disclosed in financial statement are in the name of a company. If not, then auditor has to report description of the property, reason for not holding the property in the name of a company, gross value of the property, whether the property is held in the name of a promoter, director, or any other related party. Next clause, subclause C is about revaluation. So, the auditor has to also ensure whether the management has done an revaluation of property, plant and equipment or intangible assets, and whether such revaluation is appropriate or not. And auditor has to report the amount of change if such changes is 10% or aggregate of the class of PP or intangible assets. Clause C is about proceedings for holding Benami property. Now, let me ask a question. Can anyone explain me what is Benami property? Yeah, sure. No. Let me explain it in very clear terms. Benami property is a property which is purchased in the name of any other person, but whose actual beneficial owner is some other person. So, auditor has to also ensure whether any proceedings against the company is initiated or pending for holding the Benami property under the Benami Transition Act 1988. If so, then auditor has to provide the details thereon. And also check whether the company has properly disclosed this in its financial statements or not. Let us move towards the clause 2, which is inventory. Subclause A is about physical verification. So, auditor has to ensure whether the management has conducted physical verification of inventory at reasonable interval. If any discrepancy is found, whether it has been properly judged in the books of account, and whether such physical verification is appropriate in auditor's opinion or not. And auditor has to also report the amount of change if such change is 10% or more to the aggregate carrying value of the class of inventory. Subclause B is about whether during the year the company has been sanctioned borrowing capital rate exceeding 5 crores from banks or financial institutions. If yes, then auditor has to ensure whether the quarterly returns and statements filed by the company with the banks and financial institutions are in the agreement with the books of accounts or not. If not, then auditor has to report the details thereon. Let us move towards the clause 3. As you can see, it's very lengthy. There are so many clauses. investment, guarantee, security, loans and advances to the company, LLP, and other parties. Subclause 8 says whether during the year the company has provided any investment needs, provided granted any loans and advances, provided any guarantee, security to the company, LLP, any other party, except the company whose business is granting loans and advances. If so, then auditor has to report the balance outstanding on balance sheet date, amount in respect to the loans and advances granted, securities given, investments provided to subsidiary, associates, and joint venture, and also to the other parties other than subsidiary, associates, and joint ventures. Clause B is about terms and conditions not prudential to the company's interest. So auditor has to also ensure whether the investments made, security provided, guarantee given, loans and advances granted, the terms and conditions of this, whether it is not prudential to the company's interest. Clause C is about repayment schedule. So in respect of the loans and advances, in respect of the loans and advances, so it has to ensure whether the schedule of the repayment of interest and principal has been stipulated and whether the receipts are regular or not. Let us go ahead. Subclause C is about overdue amount. So if the loans and advances or which has been overdue for more than 90 days, the auditor has to report the reasonable steps taken by the management for the recovery. Clause E is about loan advances, fallen, renewed, extended, and settled. If company has granted the loans and advances which are in the nature of loan and which has been fallen due during the year, which has been extended, renewed, or fresh loan has been granted to the same party to settle the existing loans. If so, then auditor has to report the amount of loan and its percentage to the total aggregate of loans and advances granted during the year. Clause F is about loans, advances, prepayable on demand or non-separated schedule. So, if the company has granted the loans and advances either repayable on demand or without specifying the repayment schedule, if so, then auditor has to report the amount of loan and its percentage to total aggregate of loans and advances, and also report the amount of loan which has been granted to promoters, directors, or related parties. Let us go toward the clause 4, which is compliances of section 185 and 186. So in respect of the investment, security, guarantee, loans and advances, auditor has to ensure whether the company has complied with the section of 185 and 186. If not, then auditor has to provide the details thereon. Clause 5 is about public deposit. So if company has accepted any public deposits, then auditor has to ensure whether the deposits are made as per the RBI guideline, and also whether the company has complied with the section 73 to section 76 of Companies Act 2013. And also ensure if or any order has been raised by the company law board, NCLT, tribunal, RBI, or any other court, whether the same order has been complied or not. Next clause is about maintenance of cost record. Now let me ask, can you tell me what is the section of cost record under the company law? Absolutely, so you know this clause very well. So auditor has to check whether the company has maintained the cost record as per section 148 of the Companies Act. Next clause is about deposit of statutory dues. So there are two types of statutory dues: undisputed statutory due and disputed statutory dues. Clause A talks about undisputed statutory due. So auditor has to ensure whether the company is regularly depositing the undisputed statutory dues such as goods and services tax, income tax, sales, duty of excise, employee provident fund, and so on to the appropriate authority. And if any arrears outstanding for more than 6 months from the closure of the financial year, then auditor has to report this. Now, next clause is about unrecorded income. So, whether there is any transaction which has not been previously recorded in the books of account has been surrendered or shown as income during the financial year, auditor has to ensure whether such previously unrecorded income has been correctly recorded in the books of accounts or not. Let us move towards the next clause, which is default and repayment of loans or other borrowings. So under this, subclause A is about whether the company has made any defaults in repayment of loans, other borrowings, and interest thereon. Then auditor has to report the amount of loan and the period of default. Clause B is about whether the company has been declared as a willful defaulter during the year by banks or any financial institutions or any other entity. Clause C is about application of term loan obtained. So ये तो हम इंडिया में बहुत सभी लोग करते हैं. Whether auditor has to check whether the term loan has been obtained, has been utilized for the stated purpose or not. If not, then auditor has to report the amount of loan and the purpose for which it is utilized. Clause E is about clause D is about short-term funds used for long-term funds. So if the company has utilized the short-term funds for the long-term purpose, then auditor has to report the amount and the nature of funds. Clause D is about funds obtained to meet the obligation of subsidiary, associates, and joint venture. If so, then auditor has to report details thereon. Clause F is about loan raised on the pledge of the securities held by subsidiary, associates, and joint venture. If so, then auditor has to report the amount of loan and also report whether the company has made defaults in repayment of such loans. Let us move towards the next clause 10, which is application money raised by IPOs, FPOs, and preferential allotments. Subclause A is about application money raised by publications, that is IPOs and FPOs. So auditor has to ensure whether the company has complied with the provisions of Companies Act. And clause B is about preferential allotment, private placement of shares, and then convertible debentures. And auditor has to ensure whether the funds has been utilized for the stated purpose and whether the company has complied with the sections of the Companies Act. Now, next clause 11 is about fraud reporting. So, fraud reporting, under fraud reporting, subclause A says whether any fraud on the company or by the company is reported by the auditor during the year. Clause B is about whether any report under section 143, subsection 12 of the Companies Act 2030 has been filed by the auditor under the form 84 with the central government. Clause C is about, subclause C is about whether the auditor has considered any whistleblower company raised during the year, if any. Now the next clause is about leading company. So subclause A says whether the leading company has complied with the net own fund to deposit ratio in the ratio of 1:20 to meet out its existing liability. Clause C is about maintenance of unencumbered deposits. So whether the leading company is maintaining the unencumbered deposit as defined in leading company rules, so that the leading company meets its liability. Clause C is about defaults in repayment of deposits and interest thereon. Now the next clause is about related party transaction. So auditor has to check whether all the transactions of the related party has been complied with the section 77 to section 177 to section 188 of the Companies Act, and whether the details of the related party has been properly disclosed in the financial statements as per applicable accounting standards. Now, next clause is about internal audit system. So auditor has subclause A says whether the company is having the internal audit system as according to its size and the nature of the business. Clause B is whether the consideration of the issues raised by outgoing auditor has been considered by the incoming auditor. Next clause is about non-cash transactions with director, promoters, or any other concerned person. If so, then auditor has to ensure whether the company has complied with the section 192 of the Companies Act. Next clause is about registration with RBI. Next clause is about cash losses. Whether the company has incurred the cash losses in current year or in immediately financial year, then auditor has to report the amount of loss. Next clause is about consideration of the issues raised by the outgoing auditor. So whether there has been resignation of statutory auditor during the year, and whether the issues and objections raised by the outgoing auditor has been considered or not. Next clause is about existence of money uncertainty to meet the liability. Whether on the basis of the financial ratios, aging reports, realization schedule of the assets, other financial information, auditors' knowledge of the management plans, auditors in opinion that no material uncertainty existed, that the company is able to meet the liability which are existing on the balance sheet date and the liabilities which are falling within 1 year from the closure of the financial year. And next clause is about transfer of unspent amount to CSR. Subclause A says unspent amount other than the ongoing project has to be transferred to the fund specified under Schedule 7 of the Companies Act 2013. Clause B is about remaining unspent amount from ongoing project, whether it has been properly transferred to the separate account as per Section 135 of the Companies Act. Now, the last clause of CARO is about consolidated financial statement. If any qualification or adverse remarks in the CARO report of the group of the companies, the attached reports, the paragraph of the report, CARO reports whether the matter is discussed. Now, the paragraph 4 specifies about if the auditor is unable to report on any of this matter, then auditor has to specify the reason why the auditor is unable to report on such matter. At last, I want to conclude. CARO 2020 is expected to significantly improve the overall quality of audit and lead to the greater transparency and faith in financial affairs of the company. Birds find shelter during the rain. A little avoid by flying above the clouds. Problems are common, but the attitude makes difference. By this night, I thank you everyone for listening to this meeting.
Now, I would like to invite our last, but not the least, paper presenter, Ashish Kalwani, to present on the topic Auditors' Responsibilities on Fraud Reporting.
With great power comes great responsibility. A very good morning to all the respected dignitaries, the members of the jury, and all my dear professional friends. I, Ashish Kalwani, is hereby presenting my paper on the topic Auditor's Responsibility on Reporting Frauds. I know this topic is theoretical and becomes boring sometimes for some people, but I have tried my best to make these upcoming 15 minutes worth listening, so kindly lend your ears. Essay 240. The auditor's responsibility relating to fraud in the audit of financial statements. Auditor, a person who has the authority of examining the financial statements and forming an opinion about them. A person who is responsible, reliable, dignified, honest, and a trustworthy individual. A person who is the defense person of the nation's economy and the financial gatekeeper. Next term among us is corporate frauds. The words doing rounds after India witnessed its own high-class corporate frauds, such as the Satyam, the Commonwealth Games, 2G Spectrum, Colgate scam, and the latest Mirav Modi scam. Such scams put the entire country to shame, lose investors' wealth, deprive government of its tax revenues, and even worse, put the poor and deserving away from resources and support. The measures that government has taken to ensure that such frauds are reported is by way of introduction of Section 143, subsection 12 in the Companies Act 2013. However, similar provisions already existed in the previous company laws. Section 143, subsection 12 is more action-oriented and more specific to the fraudulent reporting activities of the statutory auditor of the company. The ICI has issued a detailed guidance note of SA 240 regarding the topics like what is fraud, types and errors of fraud, detection of fraud, errors, and duty of the auditor, and so on. Let us look upon the auditor's responsibility. It is the primary responsibility of the auditor to identify and assess the risk of material misstatement in the financial statements, whether due to fraud or due to error, and to form an opinion about the financial statements. An auditor is required to be unbiased in all material respects while analyzing the financial statements and also while forming the opinion. The auditor's assessment of the risk is a cumulative process that is ongoing throughout the audit. One thing that we should always keep in our minds, an auditor is never responsible for the prevention of fraud. The duty to prevent the fraud lies with the management and those charged with governance. Let us look upon risk assessment. The risk assessment is a key requirement in the planning phase of the audit. It is performed to understand the entity, including its internal control, and also identify and assess the risk of material misstatement in the financial statement level and also at the relevant assertion level. Now, it also aids in designing the further audit procedures. What to do after finding a fraud? So, when an auditor finds fraud, he or she should consider the implications on other aspects of the audit. If the fraud is not material to the financial statements, the audit shall report the matter to the management and those charged with governance. If the identified fraud is material to the financial statement, the auditor shall discuss the matter with management, those charged with governance, to determine its effect on financial statements and also on the auditor's report, reported to the audit committee and also to client consult legal counsel. Let us all look upon some general considerations. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud will always be greater than risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from error. Second, the risk of not detecting a fraud involving management will always be greater than the risk of not detecting a fraud involving employees. Why is this so? Because the management's position presupposes their honesty and integrity. They are in a position they can manipulate the accounting records and also they can override the internal controls. The areas involved in judgment are always difficult for the auditor to assess that whether the financial statements and whether the material misstatements in the financial statements are caused due to fraud or due to error. Now, let us look upon responses to the assessed risk of material misstatement due to fraud. Communication to management and those charged with governance. If the auditor has identified a fraud or has obtained any information that indicates the occurrence of the fraud, the auditor shall discuss the matter with management and those charged with governance. Communication to regulatory and enforcement authorities. If the auditor has identified a fraud or suspects the indication or existence of a fraud, the auditor shall determine its responsibilities or requirements to report the matter to a party outside the entity. Auditor unable to continue with the engagement. When the fraud has been identified, an auditor encounters an exceptional circumstances that leads to the ability of the auditor to continue with the engagement. The auditor shall consider its responsibilities and should also consider whether it is appropriate to withdraw from the engagement. If the auditor withdraws, the auditor shall consider, so auditor shall communicate it with the management and should also determine the professional and legal responsibilities in its regard. Let us look upon some factors that indicate the possibility of occurrence of accounting scandals. So, excessive greed of generating quick money, lack of transparency in financial reporting, poor quality of management information such as inaccurate or irrelevant information, very lavish performance-linked bonus programs, very convoluted organization structure, and also low morale grounds established by the senior management such as corrupt behavior. A very important topic of SA 240, fraud reporting. As per subsection 12 of section 143 of Companies Act 2013, if the auditor in the course of performance of his duties as an auditor has identified that a fraud involving the amount of 1 crore or above is being or has been committed, the auditor shall report the matter to the central government. Section 143 further prescribes that if the auditor in the course of performance of his duties has identified that a fraud involving lesser than the amount specified, that is less than 1 crore, the auditor shall report the matter to the management and also to the audit committee. Now, do you remember, guys, yesterday our Honorable Mr. Manoj sir, he gave the reference of accounting scandal, Enron Corporation in this session. Do you guys remember that? Yeah. So let us have a look upon that a little deeper. Enron scandal. Series of events that led to the bankruptcy of the US energy, commodities and service company Enron Corporation and the dissolution of Arthur Andersen LLP, which was one of the biggest auditing and accounting firms in the world.
the dissolution and collapse of the Enron Corporation, which had more than $60 billion in assets, that led to much of the legislation, and it generated much of the legislation about the accounting practices and much of the repercussions in the financial world. Enron was founded in 1985 by Kenneth Lay. The bull market of 1990s helped to fuel in Enron's rapid growth. It also, the Enron was ready to create a market where anything that anybody was willing for trade can happen. However, as the boom years came to an end, Enron faced immense competition in the market. The profits sank rapidly. Now, under pressure from shareholders, the company executives began to rely on dubious accounting practices such as mark-to-market accounting. The mark-to-market accounting allowed the company to write unrealized future gains from trading contracts in the current income statement, creating an illusion of higher current profits. Furthermore, the company created special purpose entities. Transferring the assets to special purpose entities, they were written off from the Enron's books, making its losses look less severe. Enron shocked the investors when it announced a loss of $638 million and a reduction in shareholders' equity by $1.2 billion in the third quarter. A major player in the Enron scandal was Arthur Andersen LLP. Being one of the 5 largest accounting and auditing firms in the United States at that time, Andersen had a reputation of high standards and quality risk management. However, after the poor accounting practices of Andersen, Arthur Andersen offered his stamp of approval, signing off on its corporate affairs for years. Throughout the years, Arthur Andersen was not only the auditor of the Enron Corporation, but also the consultant. The firm agreed to surrender its CPA license before SEC on August 31, 2002, and sold most of its business operations to KPMG and Deloitte. The damage to Andersen's reputation affected its international practices, and Andersen filed for bankruptcy in late 2002, transforming the Big Five into the Big Four. The second case among us is the Satyam fraud case. In recent years, a financial embezzlement case has taken place in India, and behind it, there is a famous auditing firm, PwC. Aiming to project a rosy picture between the analysts, auditors, and also to the investors, Mr. Ramalingam Raju, the CEO and chairman of the Satyam, puts the accounts books. The Satyam fraud has shattered the dreams of many investors, shocked the government and investors, and also, unfortunately, less than 5 months after winning the Global Peacock Award, the Satyam became a centerpiece of massive fraud. The company's management booked the company's books of accounts, inflated the profits for a period of 5 years, that is from 2003 to 2008. However, Mr. Ramalingam Raju confessed in a letter that he had been manipulating the company's books of accounts for a period of 5 years. This leaves one who has a simple question. How does this keep on happening for so many years without any suspicion? So while Mr. Raju ran the fraud, the analysts slept, the auditors slept, and so did the media. But, to be fair, the media and the whistleblower did an excellent job, and they exposed the Mr. Raju after he had confessed in the letter. So, 6 years from now, after the Satyam fraud cases happened, all accused charge sheeted in the case have been awarded punishment by the court. Let us analyze the above 2 case studies. From the above case studies, it can be clearly seen that the frauds took place by inflating the profits and manipulating the books of accounts. And we've also been reviewing that the auditors have certain responsibilities regarding fraud reporting. So can we say that the auditors complied with their responsibilities? No, answer is a clear big no. They in fact supported the management to do the fraud knowingly. Therefore, the fraud could have been avoided or at least reported earlier if the management had complied with the standards in auditing and their responsibilities on fraud reporting. Let us quickly review some facts and figures. The proportion of organizations experiencing fraud has remained relatively steady since 2018. However, the survey of 1296 executives across 53 countries revealed that the rising threat from external perpetrators. 70% of the organizations experiencing fraud has reported that the most disruptive actions came via an external attack and also by collusion among external and internal sources. Hackers and organized crime links were among the most common external perpetrators. That is, 31% of them came from the hackers and 28% from organized crimes. However, we should not forget that there are other side of story also. The reason of frauds taking place is not only because the auditors are not adhering to standards on auditing or they're not complying with their responsibilities. They also have got their inherent limitations while performing the audit. An auditor is not expected and he cannot reduce the audit risk to zero. He cannot obtain the absolute assurance that the financial statements are free from material misstatements. Also, sometimes happens that management itself get involved in the collusion with the employees and do commit the fraud. It makes it very difficult for the auditor to report on the fraud and to identify them. Now you must have this question in your mind. So many corporate frauds are happening. What are CAs really doing? So here's the answer. We have the police force in our country. Why crimes are happening? We have the traffic police on the road. Why road accidents are happening? We have the income tax and GST tax, self-vigilance, which are working very effectively. Why tax evasion is happening? There are systems available to control the activities, but it's not possible to wipe out all the negativities from the system. People forget what is being prevented because of audit, but they always remember what is not being detected. These were my last words, and hereby I concluded my presentation. Hope you have a nice day.
Thank you, now, session to end, Ms. Kritik C. Vikramgupta sir to give the concluding remarks.
So friends, you have a very wonderful session discussing various aspects of the audit, right from remote audit to frauds in an audit and Caro in between. Caro itself is a very vast topic, and I'll just I just want to caution you or this while drafting Caro audit reports, just see the language of the questionnaire which is there in the Caro itself. So you need to answer each and every question, each and every part of that question, because if you don't answer in totality, then the reporting would not be complete. Remote auditing is basically thing of the day. It is written on the wall. We have to do remote auditing now because of our limitation, and it is very convenient, but it has its own challenges. As the learned paper writer mentioned, the challenges about confidentiality, challenges about the documentation of the information which you receive during the course of audit. So these are all challenges, but with proper documentation and proper planning, you can overcome these challenges. And the fraud is basically we do audit because of certain frauds happened in the past, and as the paper writer said, it cannot be, the risk cannot be eliminated to zero, but you can, with open eyes and ears, you can detect the frauds. Frauds are by the management or on the management, but if it is external fraud, then it is easier to detect rather than it is if it is fraud by the management. So you need to have proper consideration regarding management overrides of control. So with this, I conclude because as it is, we are shooting the time of the session. So I will hand over the session to the presenters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I the other sir, Secretary Law Branch, to present the token of remembrance to C. Vikramgupta sir. Now, I would request Sarat Dhanwa sir to present program members to speak 7 minutes. Now, I would like to request Anjali to present token of remembrance to Roshni Magdani, our first river presenter. To Kashish Kalwani, and Tanisha Vyas. Now, on behalf of Vikasa Indore, I extend a hearty word of thanks to all the dignitaries and students who spared time from their busiest schedule. This brings end to our first technical session of day 2 of the conference. Now, Kartik and Aditi will continue with the next session for the day. Thank you, everyone.
जब तक
We are moving on to our next session. Ladies, the session 7 and 9. Please be seated. Guys, please maintain the record and be seated. All please should maintain the record. Operated by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam said, chartered accountants are partners in the nation building. With great joy, regret, and celebration, good afternoon to all the guests mentioned. I really am. Let us dive into our next technical session. Robot series invite me to lobby on this delicate occasion.
hello, everyone. Please settle down. Please settle down. We'll be starting our session right away.
Let us dive into our next technical session. Robot series invite me to lobby on the delicate occasion of our mega series conference. I would like to invite our esteemed national chairman, Sri Rajesh Murthy sir, supported by Shruti Gupta, Khushi Chakraborty, Pragati Bhandare, supported by Akshay Sen and Varshika Bhamani, Sitafa members to raise the dance.
Cars are the best today to show our gratitude and respect. Now I request Akshita Jain and Shakshi Dubey to offer car and memento to our station chairman, CA Ganesh Solanki sir.
Now, I request Chennai children to offer memento to Shruti Gupta.
Now I request Saksham Agrawal to offer memento. I request Saksham Agrawal to present memento to Pragati Bhundale.
Now, I request Sayyam Shah to present memento to Kushi Chakravarti.
We have with us our judges for this session. Please welcome CA Tarun Mahajan sir. To offer those for and memento to CA Tarun Mahajan sir.
Atika to offer Rosemary memento to CA Ivan Susan sir.
Now I request Devang Singh to offer Rosemary memento to CA Rishabh Jain sir. CAs are the foundation phase of any economy. According to Alan Johnson, Deputy President of the International Federation of Accountants, India should focus on capacity building of its audit ecosystem and accounting profession base while marching ahead towards become the 5 trillion economy by 2025. And this would be possible only because of the commendable job of CAs.
As mentioned by Honorable Past President C.A. Gupta sir, we found that special growth contributing to Indian economy way forward for 5 trillion US economy and deliberated on 9 mantras. For pacing forward towards 5 trillion economy, professional, skilled, independent auditors are key to helping by building a basis for confidence, auditor reducing financing costs and contribute to an efficient allocation of capital to fuel economy and capable of thinking out of the box.
Moving forward, I would like to request CA Abhishek Khasiwala sir, Vice Chairman Indore Branch, to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, friends. I'm very happy to see such a huge number of CA aspirants here today and I would like the Sikasa chairman and Sikasa team to have a big round of applause for them. Wonderful effort put by them. Sorry. And first of all, let's take pride in what we are pursuing. CA, Chartered Accountants, is such a dynamic course which gives us wings to fly in every field of the economy. A CA can be a businessman, a CA can have his own practice, he can have a startup, politician, he can be a fundraiser. In many fields, we can contribute. Politicians तो हम जानते ही हैं, हमारे CA पीयूष गोयल सर, CA सुरेश प्रभु जी. There are various startups which are being co-founded by CA. किसी को कोई idea है? Absolutely. So one of the most common and famous known personality right now, Aman Gupta, he is a chartered accountant who pursued CA and completed his course in age of around 22. India is moving towards 5 trillion economy, and member of ICAI, we chartered accountants are interested with the growth, and hence it is well said that CA are partners in the nation building. Business is the fuel of economy, but the real engines, the real think tank who articulates, who structures, who finance, who budgets each of these goals is the chartered accountant. So it is very important for us to align ourselves with the vision of 5 trillion economy. We have been on the path. In fact, the wheels are rolling. It is just on us to become a part of this and become accountable. So you have all the knowledge, all sets of skills, and friends, we just need to nourish ourselves with the right amount of energy, courage, and responsibility to be on this path. You know, the most influential personality and the most known industrialist once said that I need MBA to run my business, but I need chartered accountants to let them know how to run the business. It is said by Ratan Tata ji. Yes. So with these words, I welcome you all for the session, the role of chartered accountants in the 5 trillion economy. Thank you.
I consider it great honor to introduce our session chairman, C. Mahesh Solanki sir. C. Mahesh Solanki sir is fellow member of ICAI and DISA qualified. He is the partner at Mahesh P. Solanki and Company and a guiding light to the team. He inspires and ignites innovation and confidence among people around him. With the approach of client-centric organization, he is recognized for corporate finance and advisory services. He has a commendable experience in debt syndication, equity investment, and merger and acquisition. We are excited to hear some words from Session Chairman C.A. Mahesh Solanki sir, so I kindly request him to grace us with his words.
Good afternoon, all. I'm really excited to see such a huge crowd. Of course, in my office, there is a good team and around 90 articles. But seeing all these young blood doing the CA is really exciting to me. So, Atisha has told role of CA in economy from 3 trillion to 5 trillion. Of course, it's like asking the question, role of a pilot to fly the plane or role of a cardiologist in a heart operation. Of course, इनके अलावा और कौन करने वाला है? As a chartered accountant, we started our career in 1949 when CA Institute was formed. But role of a person who is heading the finance, who is heading the taxation, who is heading the economic function of any company, any country, any club, any business association is very important. I see as a chartered accountant, we have 3 types of role. One, if we are part of the institution or bank or any organization who is giving the fund, so dene wali side. Second, if we are a part of the company or institution or organization who is receiving the fund, means lene wali side. And third, who is entirely monitoring, operating this type of fund function. So as a CA, as a chartered accountant, I see important role for the economy. और आप सब लोगों के लिए एक बहुत अच्छी चीज मैं फील कर रहा हूँ
मेरा 92 का पास आउट है, इट्स अ लॉन्ग टाइम एंड आई हैव सीन मेनी बैचेस, मेनी इकोनॉमिक रिसेशन, मेनी बूम इन द इकोनॉमी। मेरा ये ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि जब सीए आप लोग बनते हैं उस टाइम अगर इकोनॉमी बूमिंग पे है तो आपका करियर ज्यादा अच्छा जाता है। लाइक इन 2008 when I saw the Lehman issue and entire world was facing a problem, उस टाइम 3-4 बैच के जो सीए निकले उनको बहुत स्ट्रगल हुआ क्योंकि ओवरऑल एनवायरनमेंट नेगेटिव था, ओवरऑल बिजनेस सिनेरियो नेगेटिव था। सिमिलरली कोरोना के 1.5-2 साल के पीरियड में जो मैंने देखा अपने ऑफिस के और बाकी लोगों के, उनके सीए के साथ बहुत ज्यादा चले गए हैं। बट आप लोग लकी हैं कि इधर 3 से 5 ट्रिलियन और 5 से 10 ट्रिलियन की बात अपने देश में हो रही है। पूरा वर्ल्ड इंडिया की तरफ देख रहा है और आपका करियर इस टाइम बनने वाला है। तो आपको मैंने करियर में देखा है कि अराउंड 50% सक्सेस अपने हाथ में, बट 50% सक्सेस एक्सटर्नल फैक्टर के हाथ में है। लाइक देश की इकोनॉमी कैसी है, आप किस इंडस्ट्री को रिप्रेजेंट करते हैं, आप कौन से शहर में हैं, कौन सी लाइन ऑफ बिजनेस ली है। तो ये सब आप लोगों के लिए खुशी की बात है कि फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ करने वाली इकोनॉमी की और आप उसमें बैठ रहे हो। आपका इंपॉर्टेंट रोल रहेगा और देश की इकोनॉमी ऑफकोर्स यहाँ से 10 टाइम्स होने वाली है। चाहे वर्ल्ड मार्केट देखें, आप इंडियन रूपी को देख रहे होंगे कि वो 82-81 हो गया, बट इफ यू कंपेयर द टॉप 20, टॉप 30 इकोनॉमी ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, हम नीचे से चौथे या 5वें नंबर पे हैं बेस्ट परफॉर्मर में, क्योंकि यहाँ पे इनफ्लो ऑफ द फंड इतना ज्यादा है, वेदर इट इज अ डेट फंड और इक्विटी फंड, कि वो डॉलर को बहुत ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग होने ही नहीं दे रहा। और आप इमेजिन करो इंडिया का जीडीपी के बराबर अभी हमारे पास टोटल एक्सटर्नल डेट है, जबकि अमेरिका का डेट उसकी जीडीपी का 20 टाइम्स है। तो अगर हम यहाँ से 3 या 4 गुना फंड भी इंडिया में रेज कर लिया तो वो हम सब लोगों के पास ही आने वाला है, चाहे वो एज एंटरप्रेन्योर हो, चाहे एज ए चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हो, एज ए बैंकर हो, एज ए इन्वेस्टर हो, ये फंड पूरा यही स्प्रेड होगा। ये ऐसी बरसात होने वाली है फंड्स की जो आप इमेजिन नहीं कर सकते। जब मैंने 2002 में प्रैक्टिस की थी, फॉर्चुनेटली उस टाइम इकोनॉमी की बूम चालू हुई थी, तो मुझे भी राइड करने में इतनी तकलीफ नहीं हुई। तो आप सब लोग अच्छा रोल निभाएं, अच्छी ग्रोथ करें। आप, मैं इतना एश्योरेंस देता हूँ, आपने अपनी लाइफ के लिए फंड्स की फैसिलिटी की जितनी उम्मीद लगाई होगी उससे दुगना या तिगना होगा, ये मेरी गारंटी। बाकी सेशन लोगों को इनवाइट करता हूँ अपने सेशन के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to call the House Presenter, Shruti Gupta, for a presentation over the topic raising funds for startup, crowdfunding, venture capital, and private equity.
If you can't run, if you can't fly, then run. If you can't run, then walk. If you can't walk, then crawl. But whatever you do, you have to keep moving forward. And that is what the theme of our conference is all about, stepping forward. You know, you don't have to look at the whole staircase, you just have to take the first step and go with the flow. Don't dwell on what happened in the past, but focus on what to do next. Spend your energy on making things right together towards a perfect answer. Hence today, I have also taken my step forward towards the cleanest city of our country. Good afternoon, respected dignitaries, jury members, and all my amazing aspiring chartered accountants. My name is Shruti Gupta. I am from Delhi. And for the next 10 to 12 minutes, I will be sharing insights with you guys on how to raise funds for startup and its 3 major sources. Initially, we will be covering on how a startup actually comes into picture, on how a startup actually develops. Then further, we will be discussing its 3 major sources, that is crowdfunding, venture capital, and private equity. I will be sharing insights about their advantages, disadvantages, and how they actually raise funds via these key sources. Then at the end, I will be sharing some of the differences between them. So let's start. You know, since childhood, we have learned this phrase that change is the only constant of life, whether it's personal or professional. But from seeking jobs to seeking funding, from pitching HR to pitching investors, from using a product to actually building one of them, from applying in placements to actually hiring people. People and their roles have evolved continuously in this world of dynamism. Past few years were not only dedicated to COVID or quarantine, but they were the years of startups. Not in multiples of 10, not in multiples of 100, but yes, you read it right. Multiples of thousands, 77,000. Yes, 77,000 plus startups today we have existing in our country, India. And that is why we are ranked third globally because of our startup culture. Isn't that so exciting and a proud moment for all of us? And not restricting to these numbers, the numbers are continuously increasing and growing rapidly, that too not locally but internationally. Craig, Zomato, Swiggy, Paytm, PhonePe, Zerodha, and the name goes on and the number goes on and on increasing because we are unstoppable. You know, at least after watching Shark Tank India, we all have thought that we want to start a startup or we want to be a founder of one of them, right? So, but the actual question arises on how do a startup actually comes into picture, how a startup actually develops. So let us understand the whole process of how a startup actually develops. So the very first step is to come up with an idea. Imagine you want to make a dish. You go into the kitchen, you have all the resources in front of you, but you have no idea on what to make. Hence, in the end, all your time and efforts and all the resources available in front of you will go waste and you will not be able to come up with a food dish. Similarly, you have to have an idea before you want to start a startup. When you have an idea about your startup, you will be able to develop a startup. And if you do not have an idea about your startup, you will end up doing nothing but wasting your time, effort, and resources. Once you have developed your idea, once you have an idea about your startup, you have to come up with an MVP. What is MVP? MVP is a minimum viable product. It is basically a minimum solution that you are offering to the target audience for solving their problem. It is, just like a workable version of your final product of your business. Once you have developed your MVP, you have to test that MVP into the market. The third stage is the market testing, where you collect the customer responses and feedback. Once you have gone through the market testing stage, you finally develop the final product with all the customer responses and feedbacks and implement those feedbacks and responses by modifying the final product, and boom, you launch that final product in the market. But that was just a trailer. I mean, this is typically how a startup actually develops. That's just a trailer on how actually a startup comes into picture. There are numerous processes and operations that goes on day-to-day basis. As social media cannot function without content, similarly, a startup cannot function without funds. Funds are like salt in your dish, essential and require balance to have a perfect dish. Hence, today I will be discussing three major sources of raising funds: crowdfunding, venture capital, and private equity. So let's start with crowdfunding. As the name suggests, crowdfunding is raising funds from the crowd and investing that capital into your business. Hence, crowdfunding is basically that source of funds where you target the audience at a large number. Hence, in order to execute a successful crowdfunding campaign, you need to draw the attention of a large number of audience. But the main question arises, how do you actually draw the attention of a large number of audience? The process is again quite simple. You have an idea, you convert that idea into a project, then you have the idea and the project with you. You convince and influence the crowd to actually invest their hard-earned money into your idea and project. Once the crowd is convinced, they will give you the cash in return for some rewards. execute a successful crowdfunding campaign. In order to have a successful crowdfunding campaign, you have to communicate effectively your idea, purpose, vision, and mission of your business. You have to tell a great story about the solution and the problem that you will be solving for the crowd. And also you can even give rewards to the crowd for the risk they are actually taking by investing their capital into the business. And at the last, you have to actually focus on the marketing and the promotional aspect of your business idea and the product. So that was about how do you run a successful crowdfunding campaign. Now let us see what are the advantages and disadvantages of raising funds via crowdfunding. The very first advantage while raising funds via crowdfunding is that it helps in reduction of financial risk. Once you have an idea of what crowd needs, once you have an idea what is the potential demand for your project, you get an idea on where to invest and where to not. Another advantage is that you have a validation for your business idea, since the crowd will invest only when they have faith and viability about your idea and the project that the business will grow and survive in future. Again, it helps in building some loyal, long-term retained customer for your business. Another one of the best advantage of raising funds via crowdfunding is that it helps you don't have to give up your equity while raising funds. Again, there are some disadvantages as well. Crowdfunding, though it seems an easy process, but it is not. It is a very taxing process. It is a very complex and an expensive process, as it requires a lot of time and effort while marketing and promotional aspect of your campaign. Again, it's not easy to convince the general public to invest into your business, and it's not easy to find the right investors at the right time. So that was all about crowdfunding. Let us understand our second source of raising fund, that is venture capital. Venture capital are those investment firms that actually picks up capital from high net worth individuals and deploy their capital to the early age startup. The main point that we have to note here is that they pick up capital or funds from the people who have surplus amount of capital and deploy it to the startups who are not generating return, but they're actually in early stage. Hence, they are making this risky transaction. So they expect, and the main purpose of this transaction is to generate high return on investment. Venture capital, in addition of providing a large amount of capital, they also provide a lot of mentorship and expertise, and they also help the business with recruitment, customer acquisition process, mentorship, and they also help in the risk management process. How do we actually raise a venture capital funding? Hence, in order to raise a venture capital funding, the business has to determine its value. The business valuation can be done by certain methods that are there in the market, such as they can consider the price-earning ratio of the firm. They can even compare the P ratio with the competitor's P ratio and with the industry's P ratio. They can even determine the value of the firm by actually seeing the present earning capacity and discounting the future earning capacity of the business. Once you have determined the business valuation, you have to determine the purpose of the funding needed and the actual money required. You need to actually determine what is the actual purpose by raising funds, where you deploy the actual fund that you have raised. Once you have determined the business valuation, the purpose of the funding needed, and the actual amount of fund needed, you finally go into the market, you search the venture capital who are there, you pitch them about your business and idea, and when they are once into it, you close the deal and hence you get the funds. Let us see what are the advantages and disadvantages of venture capital while raising funds via venture capital. Since I have already mentioned that venture capital are those investment firms which have already pre-equipped business knowledge and experience. So in addition to a large amount of capital, as compared to crowdfunding, you also get a lot of business knowledge and mentorship and expertise for your business. Hence, it also helps in managing the risk and control of the business. There are certain disadvantages as well, as you lose equity and management control once the venture capital invests into your business, as they interfere a lot in your business. And once they are investing into your firm, the business has to focus a lot on extensive due diligence process, and you also lose the management control, which is very problematic when it comes to a decision-making process. venture capital as a second source. Let us understand our third source, that is private equity. Do you guys remember Shark Tank India? Do you guys remember? ये सब दोगलापन वाला अश्विनी, ये मेरी एक्सपर्टीज नहीं है. I am out वाली निमिता, Aman, Piyush, Gazal and Venita. Who were they? They were the private equities. What they were doing in the show? They were actually providing capital to some startups, right? You have again the major point that we have to look here is that they were actually providing capital to startups who are already generating returns. They were not providing capital, or the startups there were not those who are actually earning it, but those who are already generating returns. Hence, private equities are those people or the investors who actually invest in long-term finance in return for some equity, but to the startups who are already generating returns. Plus, also you have also seen in the show that they were doing some valuation part for in return of some equity, right? What is this valuation? Again, they determine the business valuation in order to have a return on equity. The business valuation can be determined by using certain methods, that is discounted cash flow method, relative value method, and the replacement cost method. Let us understand what are the advantages and disadvantages. Again, the private equity has some similar advantages and disadvantages as well as venture capital has. Again, they have the same mentorship and business knowledge, so they are also provide and help the business in overcoming the challenges other than the capital. They also provide a large amount of capital. Plus, even the private equity also helps in building connections, network around the industry. Do you guys remember, and of course you would know, debit what comes in, credit what goes out, right? But in case of private equity, it is money what comes in and equity what goes out. Hence, one of the biggest disadvantages of raising funds via private equity is that you end up losing your equity, ownership stake, and the management control of your business. Again, raising funds via private equity is not an easy process. As we have already seen in Shark Tank India, that it's very difficult to convince the actual sharks and raise money from them. That was about all the three sources we have. Since I have mentioned that venture capital and private equity has some similarities, but they are not actually similar. There are some differences as well. Wherein private equities are those who invest in already established companies, those who are already generating returns. Wherein venture capital are those who invest in early age startups. Private equities are those who focus on diversifying their portfolios, wherein venture capital are those who have narrow focus. They are usually investing in tech companies. Private equities are those who take usually 100% ownership of the business, wherein venture capital usually takes up 50% of investor ownership. Wherein private equities are those who has the lower risk capacity, wherein venture capital are those who have the higher risk capacity. And the reason is very simple, as private equities invest in already established companies and venture capital invest in early age startups. Hence, to conclude my presentation, a startup seeking fund has to be clear with the amount of funding needed, the purpose of the funding needed, and the equity it wants to dilute. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Shruti. Now, I would like to call our second paper presenter, Khushi Chakravarti, for a presentation over the topic Analysis of an Indian Unicorn Club Startup.
A very good afternoon to all the dignitaries present on and off dais, to all the amazing committee members, to my fellow paper presenters, and the lovely audience. My name is Khushi Chakravarti. I have come from Ahmedabad to present a paper on the topic Analysis of Indian Unicorn Startups in the technical session Role of a Chartered Accountant in 5 trillion economy. All of us as a country is on the move to achieve the $5 trillion mark. And we have the potential to achieve this aspirational target just by looking at the upward trend in growth percentage of the years that have gone by and the years that are coming. We can say that India is one of the fastest growing economies. I can go as far as to say that it would not be wrong if India decides to assume even larger goals. In today, India is 5th in the world economy ranking. Its nominal GDP is $3.8 trillion and the world GDP share is of 3.5%. Now we'll talk about the role of the chartered accountant in this 5 trillion journey. That is contribution of us all potential chartered accountants in India's success. Chartered accountants are the ones who are responsible for implementing the policies and laws which are given by the government for development of the country. A chartered accountant has discipline, and that discipline reflects in their life and their business decisions. They know how to deal with money. They contribute in the field of capital budgeting, budget forecasting, and in every aspect of finance and taxation that is required by the company. A chartered accountant is required by the companies to attain this level of unicorn startup because something as basic as deciding what would be your source of funding, be it choosing the option of loan, the option of IPOs, the option of foreign direct investment, the option of private equity funding, this requires a rational decision that a chartered accountant can take very easily because of their professional background. And as we all know, India is the land of entrepreneurs. And if you mix that entrepreneur's talent with a professional career like chartered accountant, you can do nothing but succeed. Now I'll talk about Indian unicorn startups. These are privately held startup companies which have crossed valuation of $1 billion. To put this into perspective, it is about 8,143 crores. And unicorns are mainly into service sector, which contributes to 50% of India's GDP. So that is a very nice sector which is contributing towards the 5 trillion economy mark. Now, Aileen Lee was a US-based venture capitalist that coined the term in her article. And the definition of unicorn has not changed much since then, but the number of unicorns have increased substantially. I can tell you that in financial year 2021, the unicorns paid tax of 1,276 crore that contributed to the world economy. Now, if we talk about valuation of unicorn startups, in common startups, the valuation generally depends upon the financials. But if you talk about unicorn startups, that is not the case. In fact, many unicorn startups do not even generate good profits in the initial years of their existence. So you'll ask me that how are unicorn startups valued? I'll tell you. Unicorn startups are valued by the belief of their investors about the future performance of the company, be it the earning prospects, the innovation prospects, the ability to capture market size, or the market value of tangible or intangible assets. What is the distinguishing factor? A factor that distinguishes unicorn from common startups. The term unicorn is not rare anymore because the world is growing really fast. But there are few factors that distinguish them, which is their unique business model, their ability to overcome challenges and stay focused on the company's vision. A unicorn is basically privately owned, tech-savvy company with a unique business model, and they aim to capture market size. And also, they are pioneers in their niche. And all of us does not have to come from some difficult or complex idea. You can become a unicorn just by finding solutions to the simplest problem in life. Like, can anyone tell me what this illustration depicts? The company. Yes, please. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, sir. So the business model of Swiggy and Zomato is something as basic and is to provide food. That is a basic need to your doorstep. In this fast growing world, people don't have the time to cook or they don't want to go through the hassle of going to a restaurant. So this was the trait that the founders of Swiggy and Zomato identified in the generation, and they came up with the idea to bring an on-demand delivery platform with a user-friendly interface that you can order food at your doorstep just with few clicks. So that was a simple idea that reached masses, and Swiggy and Zomato's owners were able to capture the Indian food market like a storm. Now, if I talk about what are the stages of becoming a unicorn, the beginning of every amazing thing is to start with a great idea and to figure out if you'll be able to bring that idea into an actual product and service to present to your potential customers. The next step is initial funding. In this stage, you use your personal fundings to analyze the market, the competitors, your potential customers, and to create a MVP, minimal viable product. That is a prototype which you will put out to few customers and take genuine feedbacks. The next step is to identify outside funding. This is very important because an investor can be the change between a common startup and a unicorn startup. After making the final product and entering into the market, you have to see if your product is working or not. And then you have to make sure that your product receives a stable growth. You have to make sure your relations within and outside the organization is also good. Another important factor is to know when to exit the market. Because if you don't keep changing with the changing trends in the market, then you will be thrown out of the business. So you have to identify the change and make a product that is suitable to the changing market trends. Now, as our sir also mentioned, an Indian unicorn startup led by a chartered accountant. No points for guessing this. Of course, one of the common names is Boat. Boat is a homegrown Indian brand led by CA Aman Gupta, who is a chartered accountant and a role model for many. He worked at Herman International, which is behind the products like JBL, HKG, and Herman also. With his professional and his work experience, he was able to build his homegrown brand, Boat, and bring it into the Indian market. There were few factors that led to the success of Boat, like creating a community by calling all the users Boat heads, collaborating with brand ambassadors, with celebrities, with influencers to reach the market. Also, although it is called a homegrown brand, most of the manufacturing unit of Boat is set up in China, which makes it cost effective. And because of its cost efficiency, it is able to price its product at a very attractive level and give us a quality product at an affordable price. Now, the financials of Boat are extraordinary, and through the years, it has seen enviable growth. In January 2021, Boat asked for $100 million at a valuation of $300 million. Coming to 1 year ahead, in January 2022, Boat is asking for a valuation of $2 billion. That is a 7 times jump just in a span of 1 year. Isn't it enviable? Now, in the words of one of the greatest industrialists of India, he said that I need an MBA for running my business, but I need chartered accountants to teach them how to run my business. That means that the role of a chartered accountant in economy is like foundation to a tall building. A chartered accountant lays foundation for the economy to grow up. It understands the difficulties and shoulders the responsibilities. The strongest step towards building a $5 trillion nation is to focus on the Indian unicorn startups and involving more professionals like chartered accountants in the unicorn startups to push them even further. And together, the unicorn startups and the chartered accountants can lead India towards the $5 trillion mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Khushi. Now, I would like to call our third paper presenter, Praditi Gundare, for her presentation over the topic Analysis of an Indian Unicorn Club Startup.
Shreyan, I need my laptop.
Sorry for the disturbance. As I begin with my presentation, a very thank you to everyone for being such a patient audience. उद्यमे हि सृज्यन्ते कार्याणि न मनोरथ economy, introduction of the unicorn
nation building, emphasizing that adherence to fair taxation system is much more merely providing revenue to the government. Former President Sri Ramnath Kovind said CAs are the watchdogs of public interest. Indian economy is set for a surge in the current decade. Probably, even by 2025, India is expected to double the size of the GDP to 5 trillion economy. Moving forward with my presentation, I would like to tell you guys that media and advertisement world has always left a flabbergasting impression on me. Amagi couldn't be the more perfect startup for analysis today. Have you ever heard of Amagi's name before? Well, if your answer is no, I am here to give you analysis of the newly built unicorn of India in the year 2022. Amagi, a next generation media tech company, founded in 2008 by Bhaskar Subramanian, Srinivasan K.A., Srividya Srinivasan, Amagi, headquartered in Bangalore and New York, is a media-based SaaS startup that is software as a service startup with a vision to disrupt the media and its consumption worldwide. Amagi offers cloud broadcast and targeted advertising solutions to broadcast and streaming TV platforms. The startup claims to enable content owners to launch, distribute, and monetize live linear channels on free ad-supported TV and video services platforms. Talking about the founders, hailing from the unicorn capital of India, Bangalore, all the three of the founders are tech geniuses. Bhaskar Subramanian is the co-founder and CEO of the company. Srividya Srinivasan, the founder, another co-founder and chief customer success officer. Last but not the least, K. Srinivasan, co-founder and chief revenue officer of the company. Moving forward, the interesting and very amusing Amagi's journey needs to be known by everyone. The company originally started in India, providing targeted TV advertising solutions. The founders often tell a story that how they were approached by a young panelist offering to predict their future as they were sitting in a park and brainstorming ideas for their next entrepreneurial venture. On a Monday morning in early 2008, the panelists, rightly assuming that the founders are currently between the ventures, choose to target them as being the likeliest candidates for meeting their future story. This targeting on the part of the panelists put them in the mind of targeting as a solution. They chose targeted advertising on traditional TV as business model, as there was a real need for technology intervention in this area to democratize TV advertising and make it accessible to smaller time advertisers. During their research into the viability of this technology, they found that the tech that existed was very expensive and not at all scalable. For it to be a success in India, the company had to make it low cost and easy to scale. They decided to build this technology from scratch and scale it to 3,000 cities at a time, which was the start of Amagi. In the late 2000s, billions of dollars worth of advertising money was being spent by large corporations on national TV, a luxury that small advertisers could not afford. Amagi's founders took ad democratization as their problem statement. They believed that the target advertising technologies could have transformational impact in this area. They decided to build targeted advertising infrastructure in the country by splitting satellite signals at specific locations and inserting new ads. The products offered by Amagi are Amagi Cloud Core,
a cloud-based automation and playout platform for TV and streaming channels. Amagi Thunderstorm, a dynamic ad insertion services for OTT content publishers and fast, that is free ad supported platforms. Amagi Live, cloud-based solution for live event orchestration. Amagi Planner, a cloud-based application for program scheduling. Amagi On Demand, workflow orchestration platform for seamless video on demand service. How? It's beautiful to know that how did Amagi become a unicorn, a company that started in 2008 took 14 years to become a unicorn. The funding rounds are as here. Amagi has been successful in raising $240.2 million in over 6 funding rounds. The last funding round for Amagi came on March 2022, where the company was successful in raising $95 million with a funding round led by Axel, eventually joined by other existing investors, including Northwest Ventures, Avatar Ventures, and more. This funding round helped the company gain a unicorn valuation of $1.5 billion, thereby making it the 11th Indian startup to join the Unicorn Club in 2022. Amagi earlier raised $100 million in September 2021 from a bunch of investors. Overall, Amagi has 500 plus content brands, 800 plus playout chains, and over 2,000 channel deliveries on its platforms in over 40 countries. Amagi has already established early leadership in the FAST domain with 50 plus FAST platforms. 300 content brands to choose to engage with Amagi services to amplify their distribution across FAST. Amagi has a beautiful and rich clientele, which includes NBC, Viacom 80, US Today, Vice Media, Channel, Discovery Channel, Fox Networks, Yahoo Finance, Warner Bros, and many more. At the end, I would like to say that unicorns and chartered accountants are the backbone of building a 5 trillion economy. Amagi has proudly contributed to it. In the end, I would like to say that Rome wasn't built in a day. Nothing great comes without hard work and dedication. Thank you so much for being such a patient.
Thank you, Pradeep. Now, I cordially invite CA Manish Solanki sir to edify us with his words.
Thank you again. Shruti Gupta, Delhi. You made 2 points about the private equity. That the negative side of the private equity is losing the percentage of shareholding by the promoter. I think here I would like to add. We have, I think you must have seen our website. We have done more than 20 private equity deal, and this is based on my experience. We have one pharma client in Indore, started in 2003. It was first valuation was 12 crore rupee. In 2007, we raised the fund. 2009, we raised the fund from Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. 2011, we raised the fund from Franklin Templeton. 2015, we raised the fund from Actis, and last round of funding was from Motilal Oswal Private Equity. In this entire process, the valuation started from 12 crore rupee and now it is 4,000 crore rupee. But promoter stake has gone down. Of course, what you told, it is the promoter is holding 30%. But you just compare a person with a 100% holding of a business valued 10 crore, 20 crore, 100 crore versus
a person as a promoter holding 30% in 4,000 crore rupees. So my understanding, percentage doesn't matter. The real value matters. The person which is Indore based person is 1,200 crore value share is holding. Of course, the package and everything is different now. So size matter and the value of the promoters holding matter. My thinking. So going down the promoter shareholding is not a negative thing. Same thing we have applied in our office. If I started in 2003, you might be knowing I did service for 10 years. Then I thought, let's do the business for soul. I could have done some XYZ number. Then I was basically in an investment banking company. So I have seen the company as equity, private equity, public issue. Same model we adopted. We are now 22 chartered accountant in my office, 17 partners. Now I am holding, of course, less percentage, but the total revenue and total business and the total client is different. So percentage is not relevant. This is my addition. Second, as per again my 20 deals, you after passing your chartered accountant, you must be doing some job or some practice or some business. So there may be a question in your mind that how the private equity looks the company or a sector. I split entire business into 3 areas. One is knowledge based industry, second is process based industry, and third is mixed. Knowledge based means IT sector, pharma, which is doing the research, advisory firm, big 4, where 90% or 95% business is generated by the person. Second is process, which is steel, cement, textile, soya, जहाँ पे 90% काम machine कर रही है और raw material कर रहा है. The contribution of the person is very less. And third is the mix, like engineering, like pharmaceutical, where there is a mix of machine and mix of knowledge. मैंने ऐसा देखा है कि all private equity investors are knowledge based. They are less interested in process company. They are more interested in knowledge based company. If it is a fintech or edutech or anything, where the less deployment of capital gives the multiplication in the turnover. So आपके आसपास या आपके खुद की कंपनी में आप जहाँ पे काम करेंगे और आप सोचेंगे मैं प्राइवेट इक्विटी रेस करूँ, तो आप जरा ये जज करना कि वो अगर प्रोसेस कंपनी है तो प्रोबेबिलिटी लो है कि कोई इन्वेस्टर आएगा, क्योंकि वहां पे हर साल का दुगना टर्नओवर होना पॉसिबल नहीं है. 100 का 200 हो जाए, 200 का 400 हो जाए, ये प्रोसेस इंडस्ट्री में नहीं होता unless you invest a big money in the plant and machinery. But if you are in a knowledge based industry or in a mixed type of industry, यहाँ पे पॉसिबिलिटी है कि वो टर्नओवर, वो बिजनेस, वो वॉल्यूम बहुत अच्छा बढ़ेगा और यहाँ पे इक्विटी इन्वेस्टमेंट अच्छा आएगा. सेकंड, खुशी के बारे में मैं बताऊंगा. आपने एग्जिट के लिए बोला था. खुशी, यस, अहमदाबाद. थैंक यू. गुजरात में आपने अच्छा जिताया. तो यहाँ पे जो मेरा इन्वेस्टमेंट का एक्सपीरियंस है, आप सब लोग अपना करियर चालू कर रहे हैं, मैं अपने पर्सनल थॉट शेयर करूंगा. क्योंकि मैंने एक चीज देखी, कभी भी कोई भी वेल्थी या बड़ा पैसे वाला बचत करके नहीं बनता है. उसको अगर बड़ा बनना है तो ज्यादा कमाना पड़ेगा. तो आप लोग अपनी लाइफ में जो भी इवेंट आए, चाहे बर्थडे हो चाहे छोटे मोटे फंक्शन हो, तो थोड़ा खर्चा किया करें. हम लोग दोस्तों के बर्थडे पे खर्च करने के लिए तैयार ही नहीं होते. तो इन्वेस्टर के रूप में जो पावर ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग है वो आप लगाना. जितनी कम एज पे आप इन्वेस्ट करोगे और जितने दिनों तक आप उसमें स्टे इन्वेस्टेड रहोगे, आपकी वेल्थ उतनी ज्यादा बढ़ेगी. ये रियल टाइम एक्सपीरियंस सुना रहा हूं मैं जिस क्लाइंट का एग्जांपल दिया, उसने 2006 में फर्स्ट राउंड ऑफ इन्वेस्टमेंट लिया था. इट वाज अराउंड 3 करोड़ रुपए. मेरा एक पहचान वाले, उसने 10 लाख रुपए इन्वेस्ट किए. उसके बाद 2007 में ऑप्शन आया, उसने एग्जिट नहीं किया. 9 में आया, नहीं किया. 11 में नहीं किया. 14 में नहीं किया. 2018 की डील जिसमें 540 करोड़ रुपए इन्वेस्टमेंट और मोतीलाल ने इन्वेस्ट किया है, वो भी हमने करवाया था, उसमें भी उसने एग्जिट नहीं किया. अब लगभग 16 साल हो गए हैं. आप इमेजिन करो, उसके पास 0.4% इक्विटी है और उसकी वैल्यू होगी 12 करोड़ रुपए. 10 लाख रुपए इन्वेस्ट करके केवल उसने धैर्य रखा तो 12 करोड़ रुपए बन गए। तो आप भी यहाँ जब आपका बिजनेस चालू हो जाए, इनकम चालू हो जाए, चाहे जॉब हो, चाहे प्रैक्टिस हो, चाहे जो भी सोर्स इनकम हो, इन्वेस्ट करने के बाद जल्दी से एग्जिट मत करना। ये मेरा पर्सनल एडवाइस है। आपको समय देना पड़ेगा। जैसे जैसे आप लंबे समय तक रिटेंशन करोगे इस इन्वेस्टमेंट का, तब खूब पैसा बनेगा। और कोई क्वेश्चन हो तो मैं बताने के लिए तैयार हूँ। थैंक यू सो मच, आपने मुझे मौका दिया।
Now, I would like to request CA Atishay Khasriwala sir, Vice Chairman, Indore branch, to present token of remembrance to CA Mahesh Solanki sir. Now, I would like to request Akshara Jain to present token of remembrance to our paper presenters. Shruti Gupta. Now, I request the cast member Vanshika Bhutani for vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. I, Vanshika Bhutani, on behalf of Sikasa Indore, welcomes you all to Mega CA Student Conference Aroham. I would like to thank our dignitaries for enlightening us with their words. I would like to thank Shruti Gupta for making us aware how can we raise funds for startup. I would like to thank Khushi Chakrabarti for making us aware how can we value a unicorn startup. I would like to thank Pragati Dhundale for explaining what the unicorn is and how CA can contribute in unicorn startup. Thank you and have a nice day.
Guys, please be seated. Next session will start immediately. Now I invite Chanek Chindal and Sikasa Secretary Saksham Agrawal to take over the further session.
Guys, this is the most important session we are going to conduct. I request you all to maintain decorum and take your seats. Proceed as soon as possible. Guys, lunch will be starting at 2:15 after this session.
अब दूसरे दिया के बुक फीस For a brave heart, nothing is impossible.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely order, isn't it? I, Saksham Agrawal, Secretary Sikasa,
And I, Chinay Jingal,
welcome you all to Arohan Mega CA Students Conference. And I am pleased to share that the distinguished guest is here to honor us with the presence today as the chief guest of our conference, Ms. Bhakti Sharma ma'am, who already needs an introduction which is not so necessary to say, but with a huge round of applause, we would like to call upon Ms. Bhakti Sharma ma'am to grace the dais and C.A. Swarnim Gupta sir, Sikasa chairman, escorted by Sabha Sheikh, Sikasa committee member. Guys, give a huge round of applause, please. I would now request Muskan Gupta and Shivang Agrawal to present Global and Momentum to our eminent speaker for the session, Ms. Bhakti Sharma ma'am. I would like to welcome Sikasa Chairman C.A. Swarnim Gupta sir to address the gathering.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I am here. So, first of all, ma'am, I would like to welcome you in the cleanest city of India और देवी अहिल्याबाई की पावन नगरी में आपका स्वागत है मैम. And just so you know, ma'am, I'd like to draw an analogy to make the students understand. So, how many of you have seen the movie Swadesh? Okay, so just to draw an analogy, ma'am is just the Mohan Bhargav in a different multiverse with full of dreams, full of ideas and enthusiasm. So a big round of applause. So students, there's this one thing that we always face. We are so much occupied with our work that we forget the very basic thing. That is, the biggest achievement that you can have is put a smile on someone's face to make them happy. And we have one such personality amongst us who has done so much and so forth, not just she started doing it for her village, but then the span of the population so expanded and she has extended her services to each and everyone who comes in touch with us. So thanks a lot, ma'am. Ma'am, I would like to take this opportunity to tell you some data and figures. So the topic for today is obviously envisioning 2025 India, and for the chartered accountants as well. What we see is the future of chartered accountants in 2035 is mainly centric towards women. So why is that? Because we have shifted to faceless regime, and to present that data, in faceless regime, you don't need to be physically present. You just have to have drafting skills and the presentability. And as we can see in the paper presenters themselves, we have around 15 paper presenters in all the topics for this students mega conference, and out of those 15 students, 12 are girls. So that in itself suggests that how good the drafting and presentation skills of women are. एक और एनालॉजी में ड्रॉ करना चाहूंगा. As पुराने जमाने में जब रानी लक्ष्मीबाई जो कि एक क्रांतिकारी हुआ करती थी, उन्होंने अस्त्र और शस्त्र से सबसे लोहा मनवाया था, वहीं आज के जमाने में भक्ति मैम है जो अस्त्र और शस्त्र से नहीं बल्कि अपनी विचारधाराओं से लोगों को प्रेरित करके और नए भारत की क्रांति ला रही है। Also, there are some of the initiatives that Bhakti ma'am has taken. हर बेटी के जन्म पर 10 पेड़ों को लगाना। Ma'am, just to tell the students that what a huge and big personality. So to cut it short, we had yesterday one of our chief guests, that was women, and Usha Thakur ma'am. We have today as our chief guest Bhakti Sharma ma'am, and also we are led by a woman, that is Kamisha Soni ma'am, which is the Central Council member from Indore. So that in itself speaks. So please ma'am, I would like to request you. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. You've been a very very good host and अहिल्या बाई की इस पावन धरती को मैं करबद्ध प्रणाम करती हूँ. और मेरे सामने आनंद सर, ऐसा है, मुझे वैसे सेशन में बुलाना नहीं चाहिए था, क्योंकि आपने मुझे जब ईमेल भेजा तो आपने लिखा इंडिया एट 2035. मैं अगर सिर्फ नीचे का देखूं, ऊपर के मिला के भी, तो 450 युवा बैठे हुए हैं, है ना? ज्यादा? चलो 500 युवा. 500 युवा का ये मतलब है कि मेरे सामने इस समय 500 करोड़ बैठा हुआ है इन कैश, क्योंकि ये वो सीए है जो ऊपर बैठे हुआ ग्रीन शर्ट में है. मैं मान सकती हूँ कि 15 साल में 100 करोड़ रुपए तो उसकी जेब में होने वाला है. वहां पे जो चेक्स की शर्ट में बैठा है 80 करोड़ उसकी जेब में होने वाला है. तो आप एक पूर्व सरपंच को भाई 4 करोड़ तो मेरे डन है, ठीक है. देखो ये ऐसा है, एक तो सेशन लेट शुरू हुआ, मगर मैं बिल्कुल भी मैं समझ सकती हूँ, क्योंकि मैं कभी एक ऐसा टाइम था जब मैं उस जगह बैठी थी, आज मैं यहाँ खड़ी हूँ, तो मुझे पता है समय कितना कीमती है. और 2 बजे लंच शुरू होने वाला है. मैंने पहले पूछा, मैंने कहा लंच अच्छा है कि नहीं है. मेरा सेशन अच्छा हुआ तो इनको मजा आएगा मुझसे बात करने में, बुरा हुआ तो कम से कम लंच पे गुस्सा निकाल लेंगे. तो आनंद सर ने कहा नहीं मैडम 3 स्टार्टर्स तो रखे हैं. मैंने कहा चलो फिर ठीक है. मैंने कहा चलो ओके. चलो मैं अपना इंट्रोडक्शन पहले मैं दे देती हूँ, और साथ साथ में मुझे बुलाया था मोटिवेशनल लेक्चर के लिए. फिर उन्होंने ये क्या करते हैं, टॉपिक चेंज कर देते. फिर उन्होंने जैसे डाल दिया, मैडम मोटिवेशन देते देते 2035 में देश कहाँ जाने वाले ये भी बता देना. मैंने कहा और भी कुछ जोड़ लो. कहते महिलाएं कहाँ जाने वाली वो भी जोड़ लेना. ठीक है, सब हो जाएगा. धीरे सेशन अब बहुत सीरियस होके, तो मुझे पता है थोड़ी देर पहले प्रेजेंटेशन हुए हैं, किसी ने जीतना है, ऑल दैट इज हैपनिंग. ओके, सो लेट मी रीइंट्रोड्यूस माय सेल्फ. आई एम भक्ति शर्मा. 25 वर्ष की उम्र में मैं एक पंचायत की सरपंच बनी थी, और 7 साल मैंने अपनी सरपंची चलाई. और इन 7 सालों में ज्यादा तो नहीं, करीबन 40-50 स्टेट लेवल, नेशनल लेवल, इंटरनेशनल अवार्ड जीत चुके हैं. यूनाइटेड अभी इंट्रोडक्शन खत्म नहीं हुआ भाई साहब, कुछ भी कहो. ये है इंदौर का युवा, बिल्कुल फुल ऑन मस्ती वाला. ये है वो युवा जो सराफा बाजार जाके फुल ऑन मस्ती कर आता है. मैं 56 दुकानों पे नहीं गया तो क्या क्या. बाय द वे, एक सरपंच को, एक मामूली से सरपंच को, बरखेड़ी अब्दुल्ला पंचायत जो भोपाल से मात्र 20 किलोमीटर दूर है, वहां की सरपंच 2 वर्ष पहले यूनाइटेड नेशंस में जाके इंक्लूसिव गवर्नेंस पे भाषण देकर आई थी. अब सोचोगे भैया ऐसा भी क्या कर दिया. तो जब बीच में मोटिवेशन की बात करूंगी तब मैं थोड़ा थोड़ा इन चीजों को जोड़ूंगी मैंने क्या क्या करा. बट इंदौर से एक ऐसा लगता है कि जब पैसे की बारी है तो इंदौर को देखना है, किसी भी चीज की बारी है लोग इंदौर को देखते हैं, मिनी मुंबई कहते हैं। स्टाइल की बात हो, कपड़ों की बात हो, खाने की बात हो, मुंबई जो है तो स्वच्छता में भी टॉप कर रहा है ना, मतलब फुल ऑन तरीके हैं भाई साहब इंदौर के लिए। जोरदार तालियां मुझे लगता है एक बार इंदौर के लिए। बहुत 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 धन्यवाद आनंद जी आपका मुझे बुलाने के लिए। बिल्कुल भाई साहब देखो, जब कहते हैं ना देश बदल रहा है, तो जब चेयरमैन 30 साल का हो तो तब लगता है कि सच में देश बदल रहा है। और धीरे से मुझे सोम सर कहते हैं क्यों मेरी ट्रेनिंग बढ़े, तो मेरा शानदार ट्रेनिंग थी सर। बिल्कुल आपने युवाओं को किस तरीके से आगे लेकर आया, और हम सबके बीच में स्वर्णिम सर भी हैं। और ऑब्वियसली अब मैं इस समय भारतीय जनता युवा मोर्चा की राष्ट्रीय कार्यकारिणी सदस्य हूँ, और स्टेट ऑडिट एडवाइजरी बोर्ड की पूरे हिंदुस्तान में अकेला मध्य प्रदेश ऐसा है जिसने एक सरपंच को मेंबर के तौर पे ऑडिट एडवाइजरी बोर्ड में रखा था। तो मध्य प्रदेश इज दैट वे एक्चुअली ग्रोन वेरी स्ट्रांग। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे सोच रहे होंगे भाई साहब मतलब सीए टाइप के इतने इंटेलेक्चुअल यूथ सामने बैठा हुआ है, एक सरपंच जो पूर्व रह चुकी हैं, अब इस समय नेता हैं, महिला, इनको बुलाने का क्या मतलब था। और मैं धीरे से पूछ रही थी, मैंने कहा क्यों कितने पेपर होते हैं, कहते हैं कुल मिला के ना देखो 20 पेपर देने पड़ते हैं, कभी कभी एक में 2-2 सब्जेक्ट होते हैं। अपन बढ़िया है, अपन ठीक है, अपनी सरपंची बढ़िया थी, अपन सिविल सर्विसेज की तैयारी कर रहे थे। आई वाज ऑन अ वेरी गुड ट्रैक। इतनी पढ़ाई वढ़ाई मतलब जब मैं सुबह थी, मेरी मॉम कहती है भैया तैयार भाषण अच्छे से करें, नहीं कर सीए के बीच में जा रही हूँ, नाक मत कटवाना, तो पता चले तुम भी एक आदमी को इनकम टैक्स की रेट पड़ जाए। आई वाज लाइक ठीक है, I'll make sure that I won't bring myself to such a situation जहाँ पे मुझे लगे कि भाई साहब अपन तो गए यार, आज तो ज्यादा ही घर पे कोई किसी सीए ने हेल्प नहीं करनी, अपने को खुद ही सब करना है। बट मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैंने अपने टॉपिक को आधे घंटे में रखा हुआ है, ज्यादा मैं आप लोगों को परेशान नहीं करने वाली, और इसमें मैं 3-4 चीजों पे बात करूंगी। पहला कि आज वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स कैसी है। I think this is something which might lot of people of you might appreciate that. Second is that I want to also bring to your notice some strong leadership qualities. Eventually भाई साहब देखो अपन पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, सीए बने कि नहीं बने, लीडरशिप क्वालिटीज तो भरपूर होनी चाहिए ताकि चलते हुए तो और जो है व्यक्ति का शानदार लगना चाहिए कहाँ से आए। और तीसरी चीज कि फिर अब आने वाला 2035 2035 कैसा होने वाला है, हम अपने आप को कहाँ देखते हैं देश के युवा। अब ये जो भी मैं भाषण दूं, एक बात अपने दिमाग में रख लो, आप और मैं मिलके 65% देश है। ये सौभाग्य किसी भी देश को 200 साल में मिलता है। सबकी बारियां जा चुकी हैं, अब आपकी और मेरी है। और उसमें भी इंदौर में जब 10,000 में से 4,500 सीए हैं, तो आप लोगों की तो कुछ ज्यादा ही बारी है। ओके, तो जब किसी भी देश के अपन, हाँ सही बात है, किसी भी देश के जब हम राष्ट्र की बात करते हैं तो 2-3 चीजें मुझे लगता है बहुत अहम है कि वो देश कैसे ग्रो कर रहा है, ये एक समझने की बात है। सबसे ज्यादा अच्छी लग रही है। किसी भी ओके, कमिंग बैक, लेट्स गो वेरी सीरियस फॉर लाइक 10-15 मिनट्स एंड देन इट्स गोना बी लॉट ऑफ अगेन हूटिंग्स एंड क्लैपिंग्स एंड व्हाट नॉट। सो जब हम किसी भी देश की शक्तियों को देखते हैं तो हम देखते हैं कि व्हाट आर द डिफरेंट विजन्स एंड स्फीयर्स, जिसको हम देखें जिससे हमें देश की शक्तियों के बारे में पता चले। और जब सेशंस होते हैं तो अक्सर ऐसे सेशंस होते हैं जब कोई सब प्रोबेशनरी पुलिस ऑफिसर्स बैठे होते हैं, तो कोई एडीजीपी डीजीपी आके उनके शब्द लेते हैं। जब लॉ के स्टूडेंट्स बैठे होते हैं तो बात आती है उनके जो सेशंस हैं वो कोई चीफ जस्टिस आके लेंगे या कोई हाई कोर्ट की जज आके लेंगे। बट when it is a CS and when it is a person who comes from a political background, important क्या है, 2 चीजें हैं देश को चलाने के लिए, जनशक्ति और धन शक्ति। जनशक्ति सामने खड़ा है, धन शक्ति मेरे सामने बैठा हुआ है, और यही जो है देश को चलाएगा। धन शक्ति असली आप ही है, और आप ही लोग जो है वो देश को आगे चलाने वाले हैं। क्योंकि भाई साहब जब तक जेब में पैसा नहीं है, देश समृद्ध नहीं हो पाएगा। लोगों के पास पैसा होगा, पैसा घूमेगा, पैसा रोटेट करेगा, पैसे का सारा खेल है। मैंने आते क्यों कहा, मैं 500 करोड़ की, मतलब ऐसे लग रहा है 500 करोड़ की गड्डियों में बैठी हुई हूँ इस समय जब मैं इन युवाओं को देखती हूँ। तो जब मैं वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स की बात करती हूँ तो आपको समझना पड़ेगा कि आज के डेट में ऐसा क्या हुआ है कि आने वाला अगला साल हिंदुस्तान के लिए बहुत क्रूशियल ईयर है। आने वाले साल में G20 की प्रेसिडेंसी होस्ट कर रहा है इंडिया। यूनाइटेड नेशन सिक्योरिटी काउंसिल में इंडिया को ले लिया गया है, ये आपको पता है सारी बातें। ये ऐसा क्या हो गया इस समय कि पूरा विश्व जो है एकदम से भारत को प्रेस करने लग गया है। ऐसा क्यों होने लगे कि आपको और मुझे लगने लगे कि अगर हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर की सक्सेस है तो वो एज अ नेशन एज अ होल आपकी और मेरी हम सबकी सक्सेस है। थोड़ा सा 2019 पे आते हैं। आप लोग, मैं एक पॉलिटिकल साइंस की स्टूडेंट हूँ, मेरा इंटरनेशनल अफेयर्स पे थोड़ा मुझे लगता है हाथ बढ़िया है, और इकोनॉमिक्स और सीए अकाउंटेंसी का अपन थोड़े ओके ओके टाइप के हैं, जितना अपने को हमारे सीए समझा देते हैं अपन उतना समझते हैं। मगर मुझे ये समझ में आया कि 2019 में रिसेशन आना था अगर कोविड नहीं आता तो, क्योंकि ये एक रेगुलर एक प्रोसेस है कि 7-8 साल जो है पूरा वर्ल्ड बूम पे जाता है और 5-6 साल जो है मंदी आती है। अगर मैं गलत हूं तो बताइए, ऐसा तो नहीं सही है ना ये बात? ठीक है, तो जब मंदी आती है तो उस समय पूरे देश भर में, विश्व भर में 2019 में ये मंदी आई थी, मगर 2019 में आया पैंडेमिक कोविड। कोविड की वजह से हम देखते हैं कि मैंने आपसे कहा, मैं पहले वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स की बात करूं कि क्या क्या हुआ। सबसे बड़ी चीज ये हुई कि जितनी भी वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज और चाइना, बिकॉज अभी आज का जो मेरा टॉपिक है थोड़ा सा मैं चाइना से लिंक करूंगी, तो मैं ये समझ में आया कि चाइना ने पूरे वैल्यू बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट सिस्टम को अपने अंदर कैप्चर करा था। एप्पल का आईपैड बनना कहीं पर भी है, दुनिया में मोबाइल्स कहीं पे भी बनने हैं, उसकी बैटरी बनती चाइना में तो लिखा आता है मेड इन चाइना। चाइना ने पूरे वैल्यू बेस्ड प्रोडक्ट्स को अपने, मतलब ऐसे कहते दबोच लिया था अपनी मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टफ से। सारे के सारे जो वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज जो थे, इंक्लूडिंग साउथ एशियन कंट्रीज, वो सारे जो थे चाइना के ऊपर फुली डिपेंडेंट थे। डन, इसमें कोई दिक्कत, कोई नो इश्यूज, ओके कूल। सो अब आती है यहाँ पे बात कि इन्वेस्टमेंट जो थी सारी चाइना में जा रही थी। पिछले 2 सालों के अंदर, कोविड के अंदर, सिर्फ कोविड की बात करती हूँ मैं, कोविड के अंदर हमारा देश जो था बेचारा एक जगह पे बैठा हुआ था। जब इसने लॉकडाउन लगाया तो बहुत सारे कंट्रीज वर लाइक लाफिंग ऑन अस, कह रहे कोविड लगा लिया, देश बिल्कुल रुक गया है, मंदी आ गई है, इकोनॉमी पे बिल्कुल एक हम लोगों ने कहते हैं ना आगे बैरियर लगा दिया है। आप लोगों को आज की स्थिति पता होगी कि आज 50,000 इज द गवर्नमेंट नंबर ऑफ पीपल ऑफ न्यू कोविड केसेस इन चाइना। 100 से ज्यादा डेज का लॉकडाउन कुछ सिटीज में चाइना के है। आपको ये पता होगा कि चाइना ने जितना पैसा इन्वेस्ट करा था, अब जो लोन्स दिए थे वो मिल नहीं रहे हैं लोन्स, तो वहां के बैंक्स के बाहर टैंक्स खड़े हुए हैं। स्थिति को जाके रिकन्फर्म करेगा, ठीक है? ये स्थिति है, ये वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स है। अब इसी दौरान अमेरिका और वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज, अच्छा यूक्रेन का वॉर जिसकी वजह से प्राइस हाइक हुआ है सारे रिसोर्सेज के अंदर, रशिया जो है प्राइस के साथ खेल रहा है ऐसे बैठा हुआ, तो जगलिंग बॉल की तरह खेल रहा है। बट इंडिया अभी एक जगह बैठा हुआ शान से सब लोगों को देख रहा है। पर अब इंडिया क्या कर रहा है? इंडिया इस समय 2-3 बड़ी चीजें कर रहा है। आप सबने AFI के बारे में सुना होगा मेडिकल में, जब हमको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट चीज AFI होती है, हम लोग वो तक नहीं बनाते थे अपने देश में। जो कोविड के अंदर हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा कि आप आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करिए। ये वर्ड क्या बड़ा ना साउंड लगता है, अच्छा पुराने जमाने का आत्मनिर्भर भारत, पता नहीं क्या होगा, ओके। बट आप ये समझिए कि अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड एवरीबडी वांटेड टू डाइवर्ट देयर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स फ्रॉम वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज एंड स्पेशली फ्रॉम चाइना, so they found which is the best suitable country where we can do it. They found India is the best suitable country. One thing, we grew in which sector? We grew in the sector of something called medical. हम लोगों ने अपनी वैक्सीन बनाई, हमने across the country, even across nations भी हमने अपनी वैक्सीन बांटी, ठीक है? तो हम धीरे धीरे करके चीजों पे ग्रो करने लगे। आज की स्थिति में अगर हम ध्यान से समझें तो बिल्कुल अभी आधे घंटे पहले स्टॉक मार्केट वाज ऑन 62,260 समथिंग। This means when the rest of the countries are actually falling and failing, we have a stock market which is going in bumpers. One thing. Second thing, हमारी सरकार ने वेस्टर्न कंट्रीज ने क्या करा कि जब लोग आ रहे थे तो उनको पैसा दिया कि तुम्हें अपने घर चलाने तो तुम पैसा लो। बट ऑन द कॉन्ट्री हमारे यहाँ पे आपने सुना होगा 20 लाख करोड़ का पैकेज आया। सरकार की तारीफ नहीं है, ये सिर्फ एक सोचने की तारीफ, एक सोचने का नजरिया। ये सोचने का नजरिया बजट वालों ने दिया होगा। बजट वाले किनके साथ बैठते हैं? बजट वाले सीए वालों के साथ बैठते हैं, तो दिया होगा आप लोगों के जो सुपर डैडी स्टाइल सीए है ना, उन्होंने दिया होगा कि हमको जो है लोगों को पैसा नहीं देना, प्रोडक्शन लिंक्ड स्कीम PLS इसके अंदर पैसा देना है। हम इंडस्ट्रीज को सब्सिडी देंगे, हम इंडस्ट्रीज को ग्रो करवाएंगे, उसके ग्रो करने से लोग ग्रो होंगे। मैं 3 दिन पहले यहाँ पर आई थी इंदौर में आपका CII में भाषण देने के लिए। CII is all about all those rich people, sitting in front of me. अब उनके सामने मैं देशभक्ति की बात तो करूंगी नहीं भाई साहब, सही है गलत है? मैं उनके सामने पेट्रियोटिक भाषण दूंगी तो it's gonna sound very, out of the box, out of the context. You know what did I tell them? I told them आपके लिए देशभक्ति जो है ना, it is not something कि भैया अपन जो है आज अपना काम धंधा छोड़ दें और अपन देशभक्ति की सेवा में लग जाए. No, no my dear, not at all. मैंने उनसे कहा आपके लिए देशभक्ति ये है कि आप ये कोशिश करें कि इंदौर के आसपास के गांव से और छोटे छोटे कस्बों क्लास 2 जो सिटीज हैं वहां से लोग माइग्रेट होकर दूसरे शहरों में ना जाएं. जब आप जॉब्स बढ़ाएंगे तो उससे क्या होगा, उससे एक व्यक्ति जो है वो आपके यहाँ जॉब करने आएगा, उसका बच्चा पढ़ाई करेगा, वो स्कूल में पैसा देगा, उसकी मदर जो है कुछ शॉपिंग करने जाएगी, उसकी वाइफ कुछ शॉपिंग करेगी, तो पैसे का जो है ना इनफ्लो बढ़ेगा. तो जो हमको आउटवर्ड माइग्रेशन है उसको रोकना और अपने माइग्रेशन को इनवर्ड माइग्रेशन की तरह अपने अंदर रखना है. ये चीज मैंने उनसे बोली. यही बात मैं आपको बताना चाहती हूँ कि देश जो है होलिस्टिक तरीके से आज कैसे ग्रो कर रहा है. आज हमारे देश में कुछ है कि नहीं है, एक चीज तो भरपूर है, वो है नेशनल कॉन्फिडेंस. आज एक वो रोड पे चलने वाले व्यक्ति में भी धुआंधार कॉन्फिडेंस है और जो आज ठेला चला रहा है उसके अंदर भी कॉन्फिडेंस है. ये कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से आता है? ये कॉन्फिडेंस, वाह भाई तुम तो मोर्चे में पक्के हो, चलो बता देना जरा, मुझे मिलना है इसकी बात से. बट ऑन अ वेरी सीरियस नोट, नहीं, this confidence is something when intellectuals like you give a plan to the politicians who are sitting across. Honestly, this is something that you need to understand. जब ये नेशनल कॉन्फिडेंस जो है ये देश को ग्रो करवाता है. अब ये नेशनल कॉन्फिडेंस कहां से आता है कि जिन चीजों को हम कभी समझते थे, एक हिंदी का बड़ा मजेदार वर्ड है उद्यमिता, हस्तशिल्प, योगा, आयुर्वेद. We were never confident for these things. I have to give you very live examples because when you go and meet people, then you understand. I got a call day before yesterday from somebody कि भक्ति हमको, मैं भोपाल से आती हूँ, भोपाल में जरी के बटुए बहुत आपने सुना होगा, आपने देखा है, बड़े अच्छे स्टाइलिश से मिलते हैं. एम्पोरियम में जाओ तो 5-6 हज़ार के मिलते हैं. मैं गई थी चौक के अंदर, यहाँ पे भी जैसे चौक होंगे ना, I also went to this चौक प्लेस. I told somebody मुझे बटुए चाहिए. जिस पर आस्क्ड मी कितने का है. अब मुझे बताते हो थोड़ी शर्म में 600 रुपए बोलूंगी तो यार बिल्कुल मैं लेवल नीचे हो जाएगा. मैं क्या बोलूँ उनको? मैंने कहा देखो वैसे तो पता है महंगे हैं, मगर हमारी जान पहचान के थे तो हम होलसेल में गए, थोक में गए, वहां से लिया. सो आई टोल्ड देम 600. बट यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि आज की डेट में हस्तशिल्प, दिस इज लाइक गोइंग क्रेजी नाउअडेज. ये चंदेरी की चुन्नी, एवरी सेकंड पर्सन आई सी इसी से आपको स्वागत करते हैं, यही हमें गिफ्ट देते हैं. दिस इज समथिंग दैट वी लव. ओके, सिल्क जिसको हम अब वापस हमें लगे चीजें क्यों आने लग गई हैं, बिकॉज वी हैव अंडरस्टूड one thing that we need to go back to our basics. मैं खुद बेसिक्स से आई हूँ, मैं खुद शहर में पढ़ाई करके सब कुछ करके gone back to my basics. That's a village. मैं खुद एक I'm a proud किसान. मैं खेतीबाड़ी करने वाली महिला हूँ. I'm a proud किसान की बेटी, किसान की बहन और किसान की पोती. But you know, so you need to be very proud of what you are. And it's okay. You and me were trying to become a lot of things. But eventually हम क्या हैं? हम क्या करते थे? इससे पहले शर्म करते थे. किस बात की शर्म करते थे? अच्छा यार अगर मैं सूट पहन के कहीं जाऊंगी सीएस के बीच में, वो क्या सोचेंगे मेरे बारे में, साड़ी में? क्या कुछ नहीं सोचेंगे. सोचेंगे कि मैं जो हूँ बिल्कुल देसी हूँ और यही मेरा स्टाइल है और दैट्स हाउ आई वर्क. मैं अक्सर लोगों से बात करते हुए पूछती हूँ क्यों भैया धूल मिट्टी में फर्क पता है? तो कहते हैं अरे धूल मिट्टी होती है. मतलब नहीं, धूल वो होती है जो कपड़े को गंदा करती है, मिट्टी वो होती है जिसका अनाज बनता है, जिसका आप थोड़ी देर में लंच करने वाले हैं. ये फर्क होता है जो आपको और मुझे शायद लोगों को समझाना है. बेचारों को ताली रही बट उससे टेंशन लाके बजाएंगे कि बजा लो यार, अच्छी बात है. धूल और मिट्टी का फर्क है. देखो भैया आज देश कहाँ जा रहा है, आज हमारा देश कहाँ जा रहा है. आज जो है ये देश इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन 4.0 पे जा रहा है और इसी का आगे फ्यूचर है. आज देश 5G की तरफ जा रहा है. तीसरी चीज, आज देश वेब 5 की तरफ जा रहा है. आप में से कितने लोग ब्लॉकचेन को पढ़ते हैं, ये समझा होगा कभी? ऑलमोस्ट एवरीबॉडी. ओके, आप में से कितनों ने मेटावर्स को समझा या पढ़ा अभी? सम ऑफ देम. आई वुड रियली लाइक टू ड्रॉ योर अटेंशन ऑन मेटावर्स. कि मतलब भैया मैं यहाँ बैठी हुई हूँ और you know I don't know what is that thing called. I got this thing. You wear that. What do you call that thing? I gear. Yeah. Okay. So you just wear that and you have this thing. क्या मुझे कहीं जाना है. So I really very recently when there was this idea India Ideas Conclave in Bangalore. I think that was in March or April. Then that was the time when I actually understood the whole concept. मैं फिर कह रही हूँ भैया मैं किसान की बेटी हूँ. अपने लिए मेटावर्स कछु समझने में आता नहीं है, ठीक है, इतने जो आ जाए वही है ना। तो अपन तो भाई साहब उसको भाई साहब बुंदेल ठंडी बिल्कुल चौकी है मेरी, ऐसा नहीं है, ठीक है। Chalky say Haryana because mom is like from Haryana, that's why, okay. So yeah, but coming back, okay. So this was the time when I understood what metaverse is all about. Now you and me, we are in a situation जहाँ हम जो हैं बेचारे बड़ी एक juxtaposed position के अंदर बैठे हुए हैं। एक तरफ तो क्या है कि हमारे अंदर सारा वैल्यू सिस्टम एम्बेड कर दिया गया है, दूसरी तरफ जो हमारी जो पढ़ाई है ये हमारे साथ आ रही है, और देश के अंदर जो पेट्रियोटिज्म है, जो नेशनल कॉन्फिडेंस की बात कर रही है, ये सब चीजें जो हैं ये अभी हमारे अंदर ऐसे डाल दी जा रही हैं एंड हमें खुद समझ में नहीं आ रहा हमको क्या करना है। बट द वर्ल्ड इज, you know, the world is keeping their eyes set on us today, on our country today, and country looks back to you all people. This is what the world politics is all about. यहाँ पे बहुत रिसेंटली अभी गवर्नर की बात मैं थोड़ी देर में आपको बताऊंगी, आरबीआई गवर्नर ने क्या बात की, बट उससे पहले मुझे लगता है कि क्योंकि हमने अभी वर्ल्ड पॉलिटिक्स समझा, थोड़ी लीडरशिप क्वालिटीज के ऊपर मैं आपका ध्यान डाइवर्ट करना चाहूंगी, अपने एग्जांपल्स दूंगी, क्या मैंने कैसे इन चीजों को अपने अंदर रखा है, और आप इनसे कुछ सीखना चाहो तो आप सीख सकते हैं। There are these 7 pointers that I really want to tell to you. क्या आप लोग इक्वालिटी ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी से ज्यादा इक्वालिटी ऑफ आउटकम पे ध्यान देते हैं, फोकस करते हैं कि नहीं करते, ये सोचने की बात है। हमारे देश में 4.25 लाख गांव हैं, 2.25 लाख पंचायतें हैं। जिस मध्य प्रदेश की पावन धरा पे आप बैठे हुए हो, वहां 80,000 गांव, 22,630 पंचायतें, 50% रिजर्वेशन हुआ। दिस मीन्स करीबन 11,000 महिला सरपंच हुई होंगी 2015 चुनाव में, ठीक है। उस समय बामुश्किल 300 यंग लोगों ने चुनाव लड़ा था, सबको अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिली, बट कितने लोगों ने आउटकम पे फोकस करा। अभी जो चुनाव हुआ, मैं कल डेटा देख रही थी, 3,250 यंग लड़के लड़कियां जो है इस बार सरपंच के पद पे नियुक्त हुए हैं। सरकार आपको अपॉर्चुनिटी दे रही है, क्या आप आउटकम के ऊपर सोच रहे हो कि नहीं सोच रहे हो? अगर मैं आउटकम के बारे में नहीं सोचती तो 2017 में जब वुमेन्स डे था, तब से सोम सर सोच रहे थे कि एक इवेंट में आपको बुलाना है। मेरी कंसिस्टेंसी काम की वैसी रही होगी ना। मैं आपको थोड़ा गांव की तरफ लेके जाना चाहूंगी कि गांव क्या होता है। मैं अक्सर यूथ से पूछती हूँ, तुम लोगों ने गरीबी देखी है? तो जब मैं बात में कहते हैं हाँ बहुत गरीबी है, तो क्या गरीबी है? कहते हैं अरे यार आजकल शॉपिंग वॉपिंग नहीं हो पाती है। तो मैंने कहा ठीक है, आई गेट इट, आमले क्या हो, क्या गेट इट, ओके। तो मैं तो यार बहुत ही गरीब हूँ, क्योंकि क्या था 2015-16 में तो अपन लोग छोटा सा कीपैड वाला फोन यूज करते थे, और उसके बाद बामुश्किल अभी S10 यूज कर रहा है, एप्पल चलाना नहीं आता। तो हमारे साथ पूरा समय रहता है, हमने कहा तुम यूज कर लो एप्पल, फोटोज में अच्छी आती है, दैट्स इट। बट मैं जब अक्सर फिर भी पूछती हूँ गरीबी देखी है, तो मैं किसी ने गरीबी देखी है, मैं जानना चाहती हूँ, देखिए 6-7 हाथ उठे हैं। गरीबी का एक किस्सा सुनाती हूँ। ठंड हो रही ना अभी, दिसंबर, हाँ देखी होगी, मैं मान सकती हूँ क्योंकि ऐसा नहीं देखी। दिसंबर शुरू हो चुका है, आज बहुत बारिश हुई है, 25-26 दिसंबर के आसपास बहुत ज्यादा ठंड होगी। उस समय 75 साल की एक महिला मंदसौर के गांव में एक साड़ी सुबह 4 बजे वो जाती है, वो एक साड़ी को धोती है, क्योंकि हर गांव के पास एक तालाब होता है, वहां पे पत्थर होते हैं, उसको सुखाती और इतना पानी में खड़ी होती है। 2 घंटे 2.5 घंटे लगते हैं। जब वो साड़ी सूखती है, वो उसको वापस ओढ़ती है और अपने दिन भर की दिनचर्या निभाती है। हम ऐसे देश में रहते हैं, आप और मैं ऐसे देश में रहते हैं। मैं भी पंचायत की बात करती हूँ, मैं एक ऐसी पंचायत की सरपंच बनी थी, जिस दिन मैं सरपंच बनी थी उस दिन वहां मात्र 9 शौचालय थे। आप में से कितनों के घरों में कुल मिला के 9 से ज्यादा वॉशरूम्स होंगे? पूरी पंचायत के 526 घरों में सिर्फ 9 शौचालय। मैं ऐसे देश से आती हूँ, मैं एक ऐसे देश से आती हूँ जब जहाँ डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर्स नहीं होते थे, तो 500 रुपए जब पेंशन की सरकार देती है ना बुजुर्ग महिलाओं को, तो 250 रुपए जो है ना सरपंच अपने रखता है जेब में पौवे के लिए। भाई इतने कहाँ से पूरा पैसा मैं तुम्हें दे दूँ? यही सच है। किस बात के लिए तालियां बज रही है? उस पौवे के लिए बज रही हैं कि 250 रुपए खाने के लिए तालियां बज रही हैं, या इस बात के लिए बज रही है कि सच में वो सरपंच कहता था और वो महिला सिर्फ 250 रुपए में अपना घर चलाती थी? ये एक बड़ा विषय है सोचने के लिए। आप और मैं इस देश को शायद समझ नहीं पाते हैं अभी भी। क्योंकि हम जब शहर में आते हैं हम सोचते हैं हम शहर वाले बन जाएं। अपॉर्चुनिटीज कैसे मिलती हैं? 6 महीने में अपनी पंचायत को ODF करना, जिसमें भी ये हंसने की बात है कि जब मैं किसी बड़े व्यक्ति से कहती थी कोई डुकरे होते ना, क्या जाओ भैया उधर वॉशरूम यूज कर लो, अब वो क्या कहते थे, नहीं भाई जो मजा खुले में करना हुआ वो तो कहाँ है, दो फेंटे मुंह तेरे, कहाँ से मजे करने हैं। मैं कहा सरकार सब कुछ ले लेगी। You have to convince people. The nuances of coming out of the comfort zone was important. I got an opportunity. I made the best use of it कि मुझे एक आउटकम देना है। ऐसे ही थोड़ा ना यार NIRD और SIRD के रिसोर्स पर्सन बन के देश भर में 22 स्टेट्स में जाके घूम रहे हैं और बता रहे हैं युवाओं को कि आपको क्या करने की आवश्यकता है। आपके लिए जो अपॉर्चुनिटीज है वो गांव में इंतजार कर रही है आपके लिए। आपके लिए सिर्फ शहरों तक अपने आप को सीमित मत करो। There are ample opportunities for you once you look out of this box. Do you focus on it? ये सोचो, क्या आप लोग as CAs ये सोच सकते हो आप सबको सेम अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल रही हैं, आप सब लोग यहाँ बैठे हो, जो इस चीज को समझ पा रहा है वो समझ पा रहा है, जो नहीं समझ पा रहा वो दोस्तों के साथ नीचे बैठ के शायद सेल्फीज खिंचवा रहे हैं, ये सोच रहा होगा कि मुझे लंच में क्या मिलेगा, ये सोचने का विषय है। दूसरा बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, are you people of strong character? You have to think of it. Strong character means no corruption. Even picking up a call, not picking up a call is a part of not being a person of a strong character. Imagine somebody is calling you and you're not picking up that call. उस व्यक्ति को कैसा फील होता है? Be it our family, be it our friends. ये लाइफ लेसन्स हैं। सीख लोगे तो चाहे CA बनो कि नहीं बनो, चाहे जिंदगी में कुछ करो कि नहीं कर पाओ, एक एथिकल ह्यूमन बीइंग अपन कैसे बन सकते हैं वो सोचने का विषय है। अगर आप even delaying a file, even delay of coming over here is something which does not define a strong character. Character is not always about you've done something or not. It is about कि हम क्या सोचते हैं, हम क्या करते हैं। हमें स्ट्रॉन्ग कैरेक्टर के साथ आगे बढ़ना है। ये तो भैया बात की बातें होती हैं जो फेमिनिस्ट कहते हैं अरे भैया महिलाओं को लड़के आगे नहीं बढ़ने देते, सब बढ़ने देते। I am a person who does not believe in male bashing. जब लोग मुझे पूछते हैं are you a person, हमने किया है, I'm a person of strong character because I understand that there are men and there are women. और बेचारे लड़कों के साथ भी बेचारों को भी सेक्सुअल हैरेसमेंट होता है, अकेले लड़कियों का नहीं होता है। अब हम लोग को इन प्रैक्टिकलिटीज को समझ के इनके ऊपर बातें करनी पड़ेंगी कि क्या पुरुष तो है वो बेचारा तो कभी कहीं हैरेस नहीं हो रहा, बिकॉज होते हैं लड़के हैरेस, लड़कों के साथ भी बहुत इश्यूज होते हैं। और जिस अमेरिका में आप लोग बहुत जाने का बड़ा मजेदार है अमेरिका। I was in the States, my cousin was over there. Imagine when he and me are passing, this was something जिस पे आज तो हम हंसते हैं, but मेरे ब्रदर को एक लड़के ने कहा you look like a fresh piece of meat. I was like okay. बहुत सोचने की बात है, किसी भी लड़के को बुरा लग सकता है ये। हम हमेशा जब फेसबुक पे जाते हैं, जब सोशल मीडिया साइट्स पे जाते हैं, ट्विटर पे जाते हैं, we see men being harassed. लड़कों की भी धज्जियां उड़ाई जाती है, ऐसा नहीं है। To all the girls out here, you have to understand that feminism is not male bashing. मैं आप लोगों को एक बात बता दूं, हमारे इस समाज में एक लॉपसाइडेड सिस्टम है जो लड़कियों को ही आगे बढ़ने से रोकता है, जो कभी कभी उनकी माएं होती हैं, उनकी खुद की भाभियां होती हैं, ननंद होती है, उनकी सास होती है, जिस चक्कर में अपनी बेटी को कभी आगे नहीं बढ़ने देती। क्या आप और मुझे नहीं लगना चाहिए कि हमको इन चीजों को भी फाइट करना चाहिए? ये एक बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंट इशू है। तीसरा इंपॉर्टेंट इशू, ट्राई एंड बी काम, कंपोज्ड एंड रिलैक्स। लोग हजारों करोड़ों में खेलने वाले लोग हो, फर्क नहीं पड़ना चाहिए कोई कुछ भी बोल दे। बहुत काम रहो, अनप्रिडिक्टेबल बनो, तब देखो जिंदगी में क्या मजा आता है। जिस दिन कोई चलकर आ रहा हो वो ये बता नहीं पाए कि ये व्यक्ति जो है क्या बोलने वाला है, क्या करने वाला है। स्वर्णिम जी ने जब बताया तो आप में से कितनों को पता कि मैं सरपंच रह चुकी हूँ एक पंचायत की, या मैं यूनाइटेड नेशंस जा चुकी हूँ, but yeah, but still, but you have to understand this, yeah. Okay, so you have to understand कि हमें बहुत काम रहना है। अब भाई साहब देखो, नेतागिरी में तो क्या होता है, हमें 4 बातें सुनने को मिलती हैं। नेतागिरी छोड़ो, तुम CEO, जो लड़की आगे से अच्छा बढ़ेगी, ओह वेरी क्लोज टू somebody, लड़का आगे बढ़ेगा, ओह तो बढ़िया, चापलूसी करता रहता है आजकल। लोगों को पता नहीं चलना चाहिए भाई साहब इस दिमाग में अंदर क्या चल रहा है। जीतने का मजा ही वो है, मतलब इसका एक अलग फन है जब लोगों को ये ना पता हो कि इसका नेक्स्ट मूव क्या होने वाला है। लोग अपनी एनर्जीज आप पे डाइवर्ट करें, इसके ऊपर काम करिए। बी अ वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग कम्युनिकेटर, अपनी बात को एक्सप्लेन करने वाले बनिए। आपसे पहले जो सर यहाँ बैठ के सत्र ले रहे थे, शानदार तरीके से बोलते हुए पैसा खर्च करो, तुम्हें लगा आज सबको अरे आज तो 5,000 तो ऐसे जाके उड़ा देंगे। सर ने किस कॉन्फिडेंस से बोला, ये अपनी बात को कम्युनिकेट करना आना चाहिए लोगों के बीच में। यार ये लाइफ लेसन जो है ना, ये बिल्कुल लाइफ में प्रैक्टिकली अपने अंदर इम्बेड करें तब बताए हैं। एक कम्युनिकेटर का मजेदार किस्सा सुनाते हैं भाई साहब। इससे पहले उनकी बोलना होगा क्या हुआ, सेक्रेटरी जो होते हैं ना पंचायत में, जो हमको हेल्प आउट करते हैं कि हमको काम कैसे करना है, उसका ट्रांसफर हो गया। पंचायत मंत्री के पास गई, लाइक मंत्री जी ये तो ट्रांसफर हो नहीं सकता ऐसे। तो उनके जो उन्होंने कहा अरे बेटा तुम आइए मैं कर दूंगा, इसको वापस निरस्त कर दूंगा। मैं कहा ठीक है भाई सब कर दीजिएगा। उनकी एक ओएसडी बैठे हुए थे, ओएसडी इज जनरली एन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर, ओके। मैं उनके पास गई तो उन्होंने मुझे क्या बोला आगे से, मुझसे कहते हैं भक्ति जी आप इस सेक्रेटरी का ट्रांसफर क्यों रुकवाना चाहती हैं। मैं क्योंकि मुझे लगता है इसने मुझे काम करना सिखाया है, इसने मुझे बताया कि ईमानदारी से कैसे काम करना है, इसलिए मैं चाहती हूँ उसका ट्रांसफर रुके। ही वाज लाइक देख लीजिए ऐसा होता नहीं है, और उन्होंने जो दुनिया भर की सारी एक लेक्चर और बातें सुनाई। इंसान के अंदर सेल्फ एस्टीम होना चाहिए और भर भर के होना चाहिए। मैं वापस पलटी उनके पास, पहले मुझे लगा तो उसका ट्रांसफर ये ओएसडी जो है ये पता नहीं क्या करने वाला है। और एक और बात, उस मेरी पंचायत में एक व्यक्ति ने 25,000 रुपए दिए थे सेक्रेटरी बनने के लिए। आई टर्न बैक एंड आई टोल्ड हिम सर फर्क इतना है कि आपने सिविल सर्विसेज क्लियर करा है तो आप गद्दी के उस तरफ बैठे, मैंने करा नहीं, मैं खड़ी हूँ। मैं आपको एक बात बताना चाहती हूँ, लक्ष्मीकांत करके एक बुक आती है, इतनी मोटी सी पॉलिटी की, मैंने उसमें ये पढ़ा था कि सेक्रेटरी का ट्रांसफर जो है वो 2 ही शर्तों पे होता है, या तो 2/3 ग्राम सभा के फोरम में पास हो, या फिर जो उसके 3 साल हो चुके हो, या ये जो सेक्रेटरी इस पंचायत का हो। ये तीनों चीजें हैं नहीं है, आप देख लीजिए, वरना प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मुझे ही बुलानी आती है जयराम जी। 9:45 बजे रात को ट्रांसफर जो था वो निरस्त हो गया था। अपनी बात कम्युनिकेट करनी है। There's one more good life lesson. Learn to organize yourself and deliver the best things. इसका भी एक मजेदार किस्सा सुनो। भाई साहब अपन नए नए सरपंच बने, अब 24-25 साल की लड़की सरपंच बनती है ना, एंथुसियाज्म होता है यार, लोगों ने वोट दिया है, अपन एक कुछ है, एक फीलिंग आती नहीं भाई साहब अपन तो कुछ है, कोई कुछ हो के नहीं हो, होता क्या है सरपंच, बहुत बेसिक सी बात है। अपन भैया सूट वूट पहन के चले गए, हमको एक बहुत बड़े एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव ऑफिसर से मिलना था। ये मैंने अपने टेड टॉक में ही बताया था, तो मैं उनके पास गई, उनकी जैसे मेरा नाम आया, अच्छा विजिटिंग कार्ड रखा था, क्यों, क्योंकि इंग्लिश में पढ़ाई कर रही थी तो लिखा था भक्ति शर्मा अंग्रेजी में, नीचे सरपंच लिखा था। तो वो भी बेचारे सोच रहे होंगे क्या ये अंग्रेजी का किसका विजिटिंग कार्ड आ गया। जैसे विजिटिंग कार्ड गया, उन्होंने कहा ये बुलाओ तो सरपंच को, कौन है ये। अपन बिल्कुल 500 रुपए का कुर्ता उर्ता पहन के गए थे उस दिन, बहुत स्टाइल में। हम जैसे उनके सामने गए, वो कुछ फाइल लिखे, सो इंग्लिश सबको समझ में आती है, नहीं आती तो भी हिंदी में बता दूंगी, नहीं इट्स बेसिक थिंग, नहीं आती होगी, संस्कृत आती है मैं संस्कृत में बता दूंगी। सो अब सो के बाद जैसे मुझे देख कर करते, तुम सरपंच हो के तुम्हारे पिताजी। भाई साहब एक तो मैं भोपाल से, जिधर आप जनाब से नीचे बात नहीं होती, ऊपर से पंजाबी परिवार से, तुम तो मुझे गाली फीलिंग आ गई भाई साहब। मैंने उनसे क्या कहा, अपन आए थे तब अमेरिका से, एक्सेंट फुल ऑन था। Sir, let me clear a misconception that do you see a सरपंच बाप और a भाई on my left or my right? अब वो भी बेचारे इसको कोमल से आगे, अब वो क्या बोलते हैं मुंह खुला, मैं कहता this means I am the सरपंच, please have a seat। अब भाई साहब मुझसे what will you have? मैं कहा हिंदी में पूछा तो गुड़ वाली चाय बोलती, I'll have a green tea with a pinch of lemon in it, thank you sir। भाई साहब जवाब देना है, अपनी सेल्फ एस्टीम, अपने आप को डिलीवर करना आना चाहिए जिंदगी में। अपन सीए बने कि नहीं बने, अपने को अकल सारी है, ये अपने अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस होना चाहिए। यही नेशनल कॉन्फिडेंस है जिसकी 10 मिनट पहले आपसे मैंने बात करी, इतना कॉन्फिडेंस। और भैया सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट लाइफ लेसन, आपका दिमाग है, अपन अपने दिमाग से चलेंगे, दुनिया वालों को हम सोचे हमारे दिमाग से चले तो कभी नहीं चलता। जिस व्यक्ति के फोन का सबसे ज्यादा वेट होता है ना, ये अभी करेगा, वो कभी नहीं करता मनुष्य इंसान उस टाइम पे कॉल, ये तो गारंटी है। इधर हम क्लास के लिए लेट हो रहे हो, इधर कहना है भैया हाँ आई एम गोइंग इन द क्लास, आई विल सी यू लेटर ऑन, वेट, वो मैसेज कभी नहीं आते। you have to deliver yourself, okay? So you know these are some life lessons that you need to understand that I actually put into myself। क्या ये करना है लाइफ में, 3 C's and 4 D's are very important: creativity, commitment and collaboration। I had that creativity of doing something, I was committed on doing something, and then I collaborated with this country। Now let me tell you, what Bhakti Sharma today is. एक ऐसी पंचायत जहां मात्र 9 शौचालय थे और 4 पक्के घर थे, 70% से ज्यादा पक्के मकान 7 साल में पंचायत में करे, पंचायत को ODF करा, 7 साल में वहां पे महिलाओं के ऊपर एक भी केस डोमेस्टिक वायलेंस या हैरेसमेंट का नहीं हुआ। एक ऐसी पंचायत जहां 16 करोड़ का हमने काम करा। अपनी इंदौर की सड़कें देखना, बरखेड़ी की सड़कें देखना, 12 से 15 इंच की क्रस्टी विद प्रॉपर ड्रेनेज सिस्टम, सॉइल वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट हमारी पंचायत के अंदर। मध्य प्रदेश का सबसे बड़ा गोबर गैस प्लांट हमारी पंचायत के अंदर। 4 करोड़ की तो मात्र हमने सड़कें बनाई हैं और स्किल डेवलपमेंट के तहत 80 से ज्यादा महिलाओं को उनके हाथों में लाइवलीहुड दिया है। इसके बाद सेंट पीटर्सबर्ग इंटरनेशनल इकोनॉमिक फोरम रशिया, किगाली ग्लोबल डायलॉग, यूनाइटेड नेशंस जनरल असेंबली, प्रधानमंत्री से पंचायत सशक्तिकरण अवार्ड, कई चीफ मिनिस्टर से, गवर्नर से अवार्ड लेके ये पंचायत बरखेड़ी अब्दुल्ला पंचायत मध्य प्रदेश की बेस्ट ऑफ पंचायत में से आज गिनी जाती है। दिस इज व्हाट अ सरपंच इज। I had just 4 Ds: dedicated, determination, devotion and discipline. I knew I have to do something. ऐसा नहीं लोगों ने मुझसे नहीं पूछा होगा भक्ति शर्मा कितने बिकोगी, 50 लाख रुपए रखे, 30% हमारा बाकी तुम्हारा। भाई साहब वो तो पैसे ही नहीं आया जो हम लोगों को खरीद पाए। ये देश का युवा होना चाहिए। अब आप बात करोगे कि 20-35 में मैं आपको कहाँ देखती हूँ, मैंने तो शायद कम बोली लगा दी होगी भाई साहब। GDP PPP दैट इज परचेजिंग पावर पैरिटी आज हमारे देश की 10 ट्रिलियन है, जो 5 सालों में 16 ट्रिलियन होने वाली है। आपके और मेरे इस हिंदुस्तान की इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी को ऑर्बिट से फेंक कर 4 इंजन हैं जो सुपर पावर बनाएंगे। क्या है वो 4 इंजन, कोई बता सकता है क्या मुझे? मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, हमारी सरकार सबसे ज्यादा पैसा आज कहीं लगा रही, इन्वेस्ट करी 20 लाख करोड़, तो सिर्फ और सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के अंदर सबसे ज्यादा पैसा लगा रही है। दूसरा एक्सपोर्ट्स के अंदर, अकेला सोयाबीन के अंदर मध्य प्रदेश जो है इस समय टॉप कर रहा है। हम वर्ल्ड में नंबर 3 पर है इस समय। पूरा सोयाबीन पूरे देश का, उसमें से भी 50% अकेला मध्य प्रदेश जो है वो इस समय सरकार को दे रहा है। वो छोटा सा पानीपत जो है ना, वही क्या कहते हैं ये बाकेट बेस्ड जो चीजें होती हैं जैसे कर्टन और शॉल्स और इन सब में 3% अकेला देश का उतना सा पानीपत है, वो वहां से दे रहा है। तो आप और मैं तो मध्य प्रदेश हब इस समय बना हुआ है, हम क्या करने वाले हैं ये सोचने की बात है। वो बिहार में व्हाट इज दिस थिंग कॉल्ड, बिहार के अंदर एक वो सत्तू, ओ माय गॉड। और आपके और मेरे घरों के बाहर वो लगता था ना पहले ड्रम स्टिक्स, हम कहते थे हरी हरी खानी पड़ेंगी। ड्रम स्टिक्स का मोरिंगा पाउडर देखकर आना, अमेज़न पे 250 ग्राम कितने का मिल रहा है पता है? 250 ग्राम 500 रुपए का मिल रहा है। वो मोरिंगा जिसको हम ध्यान दिए देते, जिसको अब कैंसर के लोग कहते हैं कि ये खाना बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है। चौथी चीज आती है हमारी डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड्स, आप और मैं मिलके। तो 4 इंजन में से डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड, एक्सपोर्ट्स, तीसरा मैन्युफैक्चरिंग हब, फोर्थ इंटरनलाइजेशन। इंटरनली जिस तरीके से इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हमारे देश के अंदर डेवलप हो रहा है, ये जो है हमको 2035 के अंदर लेके जाने वाला है। ये RBI ने सारे रिपोर्ट्स दिए, ये रिपोर्ट्स मैंने नहीं तैयार की, सरपंच ये सब तैयार नहीं कर पाएगा, पूर्व सरपंच, ठीक है। बट इसके अंदर आपका क्या रोल है? मैंने कहा कि आप सब धन शक्ति हैं देश की। आप लोगों को ये समझना पड़ेगा कि कुछ भी आपके पास, देखो जैसे आप ग्रो करोगे, आप CA बनोगे, कहीं किसी कंपनी के साथ काम करोगे या अपनी फर्म्स खोलोगे, लोग आपके पास आते हैं अपना पैसा बचाने के लिए। जो कमाता है उसको पैसे की कद्र है, वो चाहेगा उसका पैसा बचे। कोशिश करो उसको लीगली बताओ तुम्हारा पैसा कैसे बचेगा। या देश का नुकसान, मैंने कहा ना देशभक्ति क्या है, कम से कम कुछ ऐसा तो करके जाओ कि देश को नुकसान ना हो। और आज उसका पैसा बचवा भी दोगे 5-10 साल, जिस दिन इनकम टैक्स रेड मारेगी ना, तो पूरी की पूरी उस व्यक्ति की रेल बन जाएगी। कम से कम उसको हम ऐसे तो बचा ही सकते हैं ना, क्या तुम्हारा इतना नुकसान ना हो। उसको ये क्यों नहीं बताते कि तुम्हारा फाइनेंसेस को तुम कैसे ज्यादा से ज्यादा पैसे को डबल करोगे। यू हैव टू टेल देम दैट, invest in whichever place it is possible that you know which is best. You have all these equations and whatnot, stock markets, and you are the people. आप लोगों को पता है आप कहाँ के डॉक्टर्स हो। वो लोग जो बेचारे बैलेंस शीट के मरीज आते हैं ना, उनकी डॉक्टरी आप करते हो। वो जो पूरा देश के जो फाइनेंसेस के डॉक्टर्स कौन है, ये आप लोग हो। ये तो गलत कहते हैं आप लोगों को चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट्स। Dude, you are the creator accountants of this country. You know how to create. खड़ा होगा और बोलेगा कि अपन को 4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी करनी, 5 की करनी, करेगा कौन? वो आप लोग करोगे। आपको जो देश को बताओगे कि तुम्हें इस किस्म से इन पॉलिसीज पे काम करना है, ये बजट होगा, इस तरीके से टैक्सेशन पॉलिसीज आएंगी, ये हटाओ CSR को सीधा पैसा लो और आप बताओगे किन किन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स के अंदर इस पैसे को डालना और कैसे हम ग्रो करेंगे। I understand this why because I know what you people are, what your capabilities are and where you can grow. और तुम ग्रो करोगे तो देश ग्रो करेगा। देखो व्यक्ति का व्यक्तित्व जो है वो देश को बताते हैं कि इस देश में नैतिकता है, मगर तुम जब बताते हो ना पैसे का, तो राष्ट्र का पैसा जब आप बताते हो तो पता चलता है कि राष्ट्र कितना समृद्ध कर रहा है। ये चीज है समझने की। फिर कह रही हूँ बनते हो सीए कि नहीं बनते हो, does not matter. You know what matters in the end is, are you thinking of people around you? क्या आपके अंदर थोड़ी सी भी वैसी देशभक्ति की मुझे लोगों के लिए फर्क पड़ता है कि लोग सही कर रहे हैं कि गलत कर रहे हैं? देखो स्वामी विवेक, I'll just end with a very short note in next 2 minutes कि किसी ने स्वामी विवेकानंद जी से पूछा कि राष्ट्रभक्ति जो होती है उसकी 4 सीढ़ियां बताइए। उन्होंने कहा क्या तुम लोगों को रात को नींद आती है ये सोचने पर भी कि जिस देश में तुम रह रहे हो या जिस समाज में तुम रह रहे हो, 1 घंटे में 45 मिनट में एक लड़की का रेप होता है, 1 घंटे में एक लड़की मरती है। अगर तुम्हें ये सोच के थोड़ा सा भी दिल दहलता है या गूज़बम्स आते हैं, रोंगटे खड़े होते हैं, तो तुम देशभक्ति की पहली सीढ़ी पर हो। उसने पूछा दूसरी सीढ़ी क्या है, तो क्या तुमने सोचा कि इसका निवारण कैसे होगा? क्या तुम सोचते हो कि हाँ हमें इश्यूज को कैसे कव कर पाएंगे? तुम सोच भी रहे हो ना यार, अगर तो तुम राष्ट्रभक्ति की दूसरी सीढ़ी पर हो। तो उसने पूछा तीसरी सीढ़ी क्या है, तो उसने कहा कि जब पूरा समाज तुम्हारे अगेंस्ट हो, उसके बावजूद तुम सत्य को स्थापित करने के लिए खड़े हो, तुमने कहा नहीं मैं ये करके दिखाऊंगा, तो तुम राष्ट्रभक्ति की तीसरी सीढ़ी पर हो। ये विषय तुम्हारे अंदर आना चाहिए कि तुम राष्ट्रभक्ति की कौन सी सीढ़ी पर हो। मैं बिल्कुल भी तुम लोगों से उम्मीद नहीं कहूंगी नहीं आज सब कुछ छोड़ दो और अपने को किसी गांव में जाना है वहां काम करना। उसके लिए हम जैसे युवा बैठे हैं, हम अपने काम धंधे छोड़ के लगे हुए हैं देश में किस तरीके से महिलाओं का अपलिफ्टमेंट करना है, मगर उसके लिए सरकार को पैसा चाहिए। वो पैसा कौन देगा? वो पैसा आप सब लोग हमको दोगे। वो पैसा आप हमको बताओगे कि इनडायरेक्ट टैक्सेस में क्या होना है, डायरेक्ट में क्या होना है। आप जैसे सीएस के दम पर ही, होने वाले सीएस के दम पर ही ये जो देश है वो सुपर पावर 2035 तक बनने वाला है। अपने कंधों पे इस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी को जितनी जल्दी समझ जाओगे उतनी जल्दी देश की तरक्की में इस इंजन की गाड़ी के अंदर आप लोग सवार रहोगे। समझ में आया? हाँ क्यों ना, इतने सीरियस मत हो जाओ, देशभक्ति आ जाएगी, ठीक है ना? चलो फिर लंच का टाइम है, अपनी बात को मैं मजेदार पंक्तियों के साथ समाप्त करूंगी। भाई साहब आज मैंने, शुक्रिया, आज मैंने सूर्य से बस जरा सा यूं कहा कि आपके साम्राज्य में इतना अंधेरा क्यों रहा? तम तमाकर वह दहाड़ा मैं अकेला क्या करूं, तुम बेफिक्रों के लिए मैं ही भला कब तक मरूं। अरे आकाश की आराधना के चक्करों में मत पड़ो, संग्राम ये गंगोर है, कुछ मैं लड़ूं कुछ तुम लड़ो, मिलके भैया देश के अंदर कुछ बड़ा करते हैं और देखते हैं क्या अच्छा कर सकते हैं। जय किसान, जय मध्य प्रदेश, जय भारत, भारत माता की, भारत माता की, भारत माता की। बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर इनवाइटिंग मी।
I would like to request CA Anand Jain sir, Chairman Gaur Branch, and CA Soham Singhal sir, Vice Chairman Gaur Branch, to present a token of remembrance to Bhakti Nam. I would like to call CA Anand Jain sir, Chairman Gaur Branch, to present a vote of thanks.
Thank you, Bhakti ji, for giving your precious time for all the students. You have deliberated wonderfully. आपके लिए हम like 5 सालों से इंतजार कर रहे थे. You also know that 2017 में हमने भक्ति दीदी से रिक्वेस्ट किया था कि एक प्रोग्राम आपको करना है, कोई शेड्यूल भी हुआ था बट शी गॉट इल और फिर वो हो नहीं पाया. तो वी वर चेजिंग हर फ्रॉम लास्ट 5 years और फाइनली आज स्टूडेंट कॉन्फ्रेंस में
मैडम को टाइम मिला और आज एड्रेस हुआ. थैंक यू फॉर गिविंग योर प्रेशियस टाइम. थैंक्स अ लॉट.
Thank you everyone. We may proceed for the lunch. The lunch is served now.
I
shown as a sign of warmth and welcome to see Abdul Gupta sir, our session chair. Now I request Priyanshu Singh to offer mentor to Mahima Jain. Request Vikesh Mohana to offer mentor to Ashi Agrawal. Now I request Vanshika Bhavani to offer mentor to Nishita Harwani. Next signatories who are here to grace us are judges of the session, CA Pranay Goyal sir and CA Rohit Khandekar sir. I request Saman Parekh to offer rosebud and memento to CA Rohit Khandekar sir. Now I request Anuj Joshi to offer rosebud and memento to CA Pranay Goyal sir. Tax modernization may enable better management of the global effective tax rate, and automation may help organizations effectively to apply for tax rebates and reduce cash flows. It also cut down the process of filing. All interactions and uploads of pending actions will be displayed on a single dashboard for follow-up action by the taxpayer. The e-assessment scheme introduces the concept of team-based assessment with dynamic jurisdiction, which would bring transparency, efficiency, and standardization of procedures by eliminating the human interface between the taxpayer and the income tax department. Moving forward, I humbly invite CA Jayesh sir to address the gathering.
It is wonderful to see all of you. I won't make this thing a little boring. So I have just few words for all of you. मंजिल यूं ही नहीं मिलती राही को, जुनून सा दिल में जगाना पड़ता है. मंजिल यूं ही नहीं मिलती राही को, जुनून सा दिल में जगाना पड़ता है. पूछा चिड़िया से कि घोंसला कैसे बनाया. पूछा मैंने चिड़िया से कि घोंसला कैसे बनाया. वो बोली तिनका तिनका उठाना पड़ता है. So I'm very happy that all of you students are here, and I'm very delighted to share the dais with sir. Welcome everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm hugely elated to take the opportunity to introduce our session chairman, C. Abdul Gupta sir. C. Abdul Gupta sir is fellow member of ICI and visa qualified in the very first batch of visa in 2001. He is partner founder of CA firm Messrs. Atul Premdayal and Company, a chartered accountant firm. He has authorship of many of CA publications related to member session chairman, Sri Atul Gupta sir, to enlighten us by his words.
Good afternoon. So post lunch sessions are tough. So we'll have a very different start to the session. It's a privilege that all of you are going to become chartered accountants. So in your heart and mind, there is someone whom you thank, he, she, elder, parent, sister, brother, who probably guided you to chartered accountancy. So we'll do a Thanksgiving. Okay. But then there is a way of doing it. So what I require all of you to close your eyes. And I'll do also myself. And we'll take a deep, and people on stage will also do the same. So we'll take a deep breath in. You know, when you breathe in, your stomach goes out, okay? So deep breath in and out. One more deep breath in and out. Last deep breath in and out. And now at the top of your voice, you can make the auditorium walls blast. Say thanks. Great. So आपको अगर ऐसा लगता है कि एक बार के धन्यवाद से काम नहीं हुआ है तो एक बार और बोल सकते हैं. But then I'll prefer pin drop silence. Okay. So we want to start the session. We have a student from IPCC, Nishitha, then two final students, Ashi and Mahima. So they are going to deliberate on technology. Great. So we are all eager to listen. I die to listen to students. So I'm not giving anything like a guidance. At the end of the session, when opportunity comes, I'll share my updates on that. I have just one thing to ask. आप में से कितने बच्चे जिन्होंने फाइनल के पुराने सिलेबस में इसका दिया है? मौसम से सर मैं हूं. Okay, so you're all from new syllabus. Yes. Great. So so now because इसका is not in syllabus, so I can share this now. Of the 8 chapters, I am author of 4. And so it's more from the family it comes. My first interaction with computers was in 1984 when I was 12 years old. So we had a basic compiler at our home. So you used to make songs and maps of India like that. Okay. So I think let us start this session. I want you to clap good for all our 3 speakers, Nishita, Ashita, Ashi, and Mahima. So we'll start.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to call Mahima Jain, our first paper presenter, for a presentation over the topic Thanksgiving.
It is not the strongest of the species that survive, nor the most intelligent one, but the one most adaptive to change. Greetings everyone, a very warm and beautiful day to respected dignitaries, members of the jury, and all my professional friends. I am Mahima Jain, and today I am going to present the paper on the topic Automation in Accounting and Audit. Are we prepared for the same? There's a saying that says there's nothing permanent except change, and we have no choice but to face it. As the world of auditing and accounting constantly evolves, what makes the coming decade of technological advancement interesting is that audit has already begun its gradual shift towards a sustainable, almost paperless procedures and with advances in AI. Now, there's a question I came across with. Is AI a human brain? Well, AI taught us that the processes of human brain are even more complex and hard to recreate. So, it is too early to jump upon the conclusion to say that AI is a human brain. In fact, in our field, many accounting operations like accounts reconciliation, financial data updation, preparation of financial statements have been done with the help of automated systems without even human interaction. Moving forward to the history of accounting, accounting has undergone several developments over the years, with the last major innovation being the creation of double entry bookkeeping over 500 years ago. The 21st century is the age of automation, and accounting happens to be one of the industries at the forefront. Accounting automation addresses the total life cycle of accounting and not just as part of firm's financial management process. This implies that the accounting process, the recording, manipulation, interpretation of transactional data is done by software with minimized reliance on manual entries. The punched card system was the first automated accounting system developed in 1960s. This mechanism allowed businesses to input their financial data into a machine and then compute and output reports. There is a question that how could a 21st century accountant adapt automation? Although artificial intelligence cannot completely replace accountants, but they should actively respond to impact of AI. To be able to adapt efficiently to the change, accountants have to equip themselves with some abilities and skills. There are some skills present here, like professional skills, management skills, computer skills, analytical skills, and decision-making skills. Moving forward to the professional skills. As an accountant, if our professional skills are not updated or not as per the standard, it will pose a big threat. Therefore, it is very important for accountants to keep learning and improving their abilities. Next, management skills. Learning management skills may not have an immediate effect on the operations of accounting in short term, but still these will be of very useful when you become the finance manager or you will lead a team of or a group of people. Next comes is the computer skills. Computerization is the present hallmark of the current era of big data. Hence, it is advisable for the accountants that they should, in addition to mastering simple computer processes, master certain computer programming techniques that enhance their current data processing capabilities. Next is analytical skills. Accountants analyze through accounting statements a lot of financial data. Therefore, it is very important for accountants to analyze and evaluate risk reasonably, accurately, and efficiently. Last is decision-making skills. This is the ability to efficiently evaluate the quality of a project, the tools needed to execute the project, and deliver the decision-making quality. Moving forward are various benefits of automated accounting. Although there are various benefits of automated accounting, but the first one is faster turnaround. Automated accounting solutions help save accountants time and effort. The accounting team can now give results quicker and with more accuracy. This opens up the possibility of taking on more clients and expanding your market presence. Next one is comprehensive analysis. Accountants and AR analysts need relevant and accurate data to track trends, identify fraud, and calculate various metrics that indicate a business financial strength. Next comes are the faster retrieval data. Some of you may recall the pre-digital days when rows of cabinets are filled with bundles of books and paper-based files and all. If we have to search for the document or we have to retrieve the data from those, we have to scout through bundles. That was a tedious job to do at that time. With the automation softwares, locating and retrieving data is very easy. You can search with the file name, meta tags to locate the document. Archiving data is also becoming easier and less expensive with automated accounting systems. Next comes is the cost reduction. Accounting automation software helps automate clerical tasks, thus helping you to save on cost. Automation can process more records in less time and at a lower cost. You do not require to invest on large accounting team to complete transactions when using accounting software. Next comes is the data accuracy. Even the most cautious and thorough professionals may miss minor details or enter wrong data occasionally. Even the error might be as unobvious as misplacing a number, like we have to write 365 crores and we have written 356 crores. It makes a big difference of rupees 9 crores, or it can be like forgetting a decimal also. Now, talking about the benefits of automated accounting, we should definitely talk about the security of our data. Traditional accounting systems involves a lot of paperwork, large ledger books, journal entry books, and other accounting management papers are there. The chances of losing some of these papers are very high, and since they are not backed up or duplicated, there's a very slim chance of recovering your data, leading to inefficiencies. Automated accounting system can help keep your accountant's desk clean while ensuring that data is organized and stored securely on cloud or on on-premises data centers. Now, there are various accounting tasks which can be automated immediately. For example, expense management, accounts payable or receivable, finance management, purchasing, cash visibility and forecasting, and payroll. Let us take an example of HR softwares which are there in the market and which organizations use very occasionally. HR softwares helps us with various like attendance of the employees. They help us with the compliance part also, like laws and regulations. It is inbuilt in the softwares that they have to collect the professional tax, collection of EPF or ESIC. Even they notify on 15th of every month that you have to deposit the tax to the government. These are very helpful. Moving forward is the automation in case of auditing. Automation is changing the nature of audit work, replacing much of low-level ticking and bashing with value-added tasks, concentrating on analysis and judgments. And it is something we all need to know about. AI and robotic process automation are two very different but closely knit terms that have had and shall continue to have a big impact on the automation. Accounting today is done by a system called robotic process automation. Now the question arises, what is robotic process automation? It is a term that denotes software tools that are partially or fully systemized human activities that are repetitive, manual, and rule-based. It can be thought of as a next level form of automation. It is all about taking your time-consuming, repetitive, simple, and rule-based tasks that eat up much of an auditor's time and handing them to a software programs. Of auditing and accounting practices, AI and RPA are both on two opposite sides of automation intelligence. Automation is quickly evolving from a process-driven to a data-driven direction. RPA is becoming increasingly common in internal audit to streamline and optimize straightforward, repetitive tasks involved in internal audit process. There are various benefits of RPA for internal audit. The first one is improve audit quality and reduced errors. We all make mistakes, right? Mistakes generally occur and they will be caught and corrected more quickly due to systematic automated nature of RPA process. Second one is improved efficiency and lower cost. It performs simple rule-based audit tasks more than 90% faster than a human auditor could and can do so for 24 hours a day if necessary. Third one is demonstrates the value to the organization. RPA focuses more on high level value added activities, so it definitely creates value to the organization. I have come across a quote that says, if you define the problem correctly, you almost have the solution. And here's the practical application of the same. In the earlier days, stock audits have been done by human, which was very time consuming and tedious job to count each and every inventory. Nowadays, stock audits have been done with the help of drones, which helps auditor to save his time and perform his other functions in an efficient and effective manner. Now let us talk about AI in Big Fours. Deloitte, EY, PwC, and KPMG are among the largest service providers in accounting industry, collectively referred as the Big Four. Many of the financial and consulting services offered by these firms, such as advising on investment decisions, including finding patterns in various large sets of data. These data is often beyond the control or understanding of a single person or a team of persons. The Big Four all seem to have artificial intelligence initiatives, like they have softwares which can almost do all the analytical part, but again, humans are there for control testing. The judgment part is always with the auditors. A few of the Big Fours have invested heavily in automation, innovation labs, and claims to embrace a new era of automation and augmentation. Now the question is still there. Are we prepared? Are we prepared for the future? Are we prepared for the future with automation? As the technology is changing the future of accounting, and many people are afraid that automation and AI will replace their jobs. But that fear is misguided for two main reasons. Reason number one, new technology doesn't wipe out jobs. It creates jobs, even reinvents them. Let us take, for example, when the AI operated cars came along, it created an entirely new industry of jobs centered around the automobile sector. Gas stations, repair shops, manufacturing, and even more. In today's world, that means accountants won't simply be replaced by computers or robots. They will learn new skills and move into more specialized roles. Now, the reason number two, automation can't replace every aspect of an accountant's job. At this point, technology can only replace routine and non-creative tasks. Think of data collection, auditing, general ledger, and even accounts payable. So no, the robots aren't coming for your job. They are coming alongside you and taking up your routine, mind-numbing tasks and freeing you to move into more strategic and advisory roles. But if you ignore the pace of change, you may be left behind. In this climate of innovation, accountants must adapt in order to survive. Let us take an example of Nokia. Why the Nokia mobile phones have been wiped out from the market? Because they did not adapt to change. They did not realize the value of Android mobile phones on time and lost their first mover advantage. Even they ignored the power of innovation and continued with their traditional keypad phones. So accountants need to redefine themselves as strategic advisors. Even the recent lockdown has made us realize the importance of the use of technology in our profession. Physical movement restrictions have forced the auditors to change their audit approach and work remotely, relying heavily upon technology use. Thus, it can be said that we are at the door of automation in auditing and accounting. By concluding my words, I want to say technology continues to change society at a rapid pace, and accounting and auditing are by no means immune. The truth is, change won't end with automation. Technology will continue to advance, and the accounting profession will continue to change. Accountants are up for a tough challenge in the years ahead, but if you learn new skills, stay open to new technology, and anticipate the tide of change, you will be rewarded with greater opportunities and a more fulfilling role. It is said that work smarter, not harder, as the AI does. Lastly, I want to say you don't automate to get rid of the human, you automate to amplify the humans. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Neha. Now we let the call on Director Ashi Agarwal on stage.
Good morning to the most trusted brand ambassadors of the economy. I am Emma, and today we are here to discuss about one of the most upcoming reforms in the taxation system of the country, that is the tax technology.
Oh, Emma, wait, why you start the presentation alone? We are a team and we need to start it together.
I guess you were more into having a lunch. This presentation was scheduled in week, so I started it. I do my work on time, unlike you humans.
Okay, Emma, thank you. So, good afternoon to all the dignitaries present on the dais and off the dais and all the lovely audience. Today, I, Ashi Agarwal, along with my robo friend Emma, which you have already got introduced to, is going to discuss about the today's topic, that is tax savvy to tech savvy. Are we automation in accounting and audit? Are we prepared? Talking about the broader concept of this topic, we as a chartered accountant are definitely a tax savvy. As we have witnessed in the previous 4 technical sessions, we have talked about GST, we have talked about taxation in different aspects. So we are definitely a tax savvy. As referred by our Prime Minister, we are the most trusted brand ambassadors of the economy. So my question is, are these trusted brand ambassadors of the economy a tax savvy too? To some extent, I believe yes. Looking to the evolution that has taken place in the field of accounting and audit, from auditing with piles of registers, from incorporating different accounting softwares, moving to ERP, definitely we have evolved and we have incorporated technology into our profession. But we are a complete tech profession? So we are having a reform in our taxation system, that is the introduction of tax technology. We are talking about automation in accounting and audit. So first, I would like to tell you about what is accounting automation. Accounting automation tools essentially eliminate all manual aspects of an accountant job. The accounts teamwork is onboarded into a software that can perform functions ranging from simple to complex. Looking to the different areas where automation can be introduced in the accounting, that is invoicing, payroll, month-end reviews, general ledger software for accounting, accounts receivables and accounts payables, and cash flow forecasting. For example, suppose accountant is doing a payroll job. He would be getting the attendance sheet physically. But by introducing automation in the accounting, the software would be embedded with the codification of the payroll, and the process of payroll would be done by a software. Now moving ahead, we will talk about what is automation in audit. Similarly, the way we are introducing the software technology in accounting, we will introduce automation in audit too. The accounting and audit professions have gradually been drawn into the usage of automation and benefited from automation tools.
So we are talking about automation. So what is the need for automation? I guess so many of you are doing your articleship, and once in a life phase of articleship, every article has faced the one problem that we have done the whole work, but at last the work didn't get saved because the software or system gets off automatically. So the automation would provide a solution to these problems. The problems are lack of accessibility, error prone, time consuming, manual data loss, and lack of security. So will automation provide a solution for this?
Because you humans are the hard workers and not the smart workers like us. You are so much dependent on me that the three most essential things in your life has become technology, technology, and technology.
Yes, definitely. The three most essential things in our life has become technology, technology, and technology. The solution is use of technology in the text function. It would provide different solutions to our problem. That is, it will be fast and accurate, faster data extraction and recovery, cloud access, real-time synchronization along platforms, increased productivity, increased security, detailed analytics and data insights, prevent cash flow crisis, and maintain records and trials for tax audit. So we have talked about the automation in the general sense, which we have already adopted in our offices. But the most upcoming reform, which we are going to talk about, is the robotic process automation. Robotic process automation is a form of business process automation technology that makes it easy to build, deploy, and manage software robots that eliminate human actions interacting with digital systems and software. Just like people, software robots can do things like understand what's on screen, complete right keystrokes, navigation, and that too without a coffee break. So let us understand the RPA working process. See, there are two things. One, which can be done by a robot, that is the robot process automation, and the other, which requires human interaction too. The robot would read email, open Excel attachments from Excel, enter data from Excel in ERP platform. But what about the escalation if they take place in this area? So that's require the human interaction, that is we as the professionals. RPA is the upcoming reform, but talking about the more futuristic thing, it is intelligent process automation. One of the most biggest complaints we will have from robot process automation is that it will not adapt to changes quickly. That is, it will not be a combination of a proactive and reactive process automation. It will definitely a seeded thing which we have already given the instructions. It will not adapt to the changes. But the introduction of intelligent process automation, these things which cannot be covered by RPA would be covered by IPA. Moving ahead, what will be the impact of automation on audit quality and auditor skills? Definitely, introduction of automation will help in reduction in error that occur as a result of data transfer. Audit tests on full population. We as a chartered accountants are very much concerned about the audit test because it requires lots of time and efforts of humans. But by introduction of automation in the field of audit, we will be able to have the audit tests on full population, which will give us the opportunity to be more precise to measure the risk of material misstatement. Auditors definitely need to spend their efforts on higher risk ends. Now moving ahead, it is said that कि अगर सब कुछ मिल जाएगा जिंदगी में, अगर सब कुछ मिल जाएगा जिंदगी में, तो तमन्ना किसकी करोगे? कुछ अधूरी ख्वाहिशें ही तो जिंदगी जीने का मजा देती है. So the same goes with automation, that if we're thinking that the future is automation and the future stops there, no, because there is also inherent risk in the field of automation. Risk specific to IT environment will be physical audit trail replaced by data trail, hardware software failure, systematic errors, fewer input from humans will also be required then also, less segregation of duties, excess authorization, automated transaction authorization, and deliberate harmful acts, which can be done by the introduction of automation in the field of accounting and audit. Now moving ahead, we all know that the big fours are the first one to adapt the new changes that are taken in the field of accounting and audit. So this artificial intelligence reform is already being implemented by big fours in various ways. If we talked about Deloitte, Deloitte has created a AI software called Vital, which is an internal system to see when workers need break, how many hours they have worked, how many hours they have spent with their family, they are away. It is basically a AI that they have introduced for their employees to keep a track on them. Just like Deloitte, EY has also introduced an AI in their field by introducing Airborne drones to monitor stock audits. Let's move ahead. If we are talking about automation, so let's look at the SWOT analysis of the automation. First, talking about the strength that will be given to us by introduction of automation. Strength will be that we will be more focused on the analytical part rather than doing the tedious and repetitive tasks. Weakness is that we would have the fear of being replaced by the technology completely. Opportunity that we will have to get different skills and competency to work alongside with the technology, and threat that are we capable enough to incorporate this upcoming reform in our profession. So the biggest question arises here. Will robots take our jobs? So my audience, what do you think? You are studying day and night, and some years later, you will be replaced by robots. Do you think so? Definitely not. The introduction of technology has the basic idea behind it to coexistence with the human efforts. Technology cannot work alongside individuals. It definitely needs a human input into it, and we as professions are one of the most competent professions to work alongside with technology. So we have to be a tech savvy with a tax savvy. So we are talking about this big reform, that is robot process automation. But what is the upcoming thing? What is coming next? Emerging accounting technologies. We have all must read about, and we are very well aware and becoming aware about these three things. First one is cloud computing. Second is automated accounting tasks. And third one is blockchain technology. So many of us, and we are introducing cloud computing in our offices, that we are managing all our data on the cloud server so that anybody can access it from anywhere, which will be helpful for us. Second comes to automated accounting tasks. We are shifting from doing a tedious repetitive work, because we as chartered accountants are not made to do the accountant job. We are made to have the analytical thing and provide consultancy to our clients. The third thing, which is becoming a big buzz in our sector, is blockchain technology. In the technical session 1, if you all are remembered, we have talked about the taxation of cryptocurrency. So if we are introducing the taxation of cryptocurrency, we also need to incorporate the accounting thing into us. So this blockchain technology will provide us a different way of accounting. So comes to the conclusion. I think that change is definitely a need of the hour, but the change is subject to the acceptance by the humans. Definitely, we need the change, but the change should be according to us and we have to adapt to that change. The change should not be like that we are not very well aware about what coming next and we don't know the next move of ours and the change come to us and we are not prepared. Definitely, we need to be prepared about the automation that is coming in our field because as a chartered accountant, we definitely need to move alongside with the upcoming changes and work accordingly. At last, I would like to end my discussion with few lines, which is as 4 कदम चल दिए हैं और 4 है बाकी 4 कदम चल दिए हैं और 4 है बाकी बदले हो तिनका और बदलना है बाकी आसान ना होगा चलना हर कदम और बदलाव पर रुको नहीं यही तो है समय का अभाव। Thank you for being the lovely audience. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Ashi. Now I would like to call Nisha Harwani for her presentation.
Namaste, Indar. I know post-lunch sessions are difficult, as our sir said, but यार नमस्ते तो बनता है जोर से. So once again, hello everyone. Hello team ICI and all the judges and dignitaries sitting here, along with my audience who are chartered accountants and aspirant chartered accountants. You know, it is said that, in fact, it is quoted in Bhagavad Gita that परिवर्तन ही संसार का नियम है, right? Change is the only real thing which we need to do. So with this quote, I would like to introduce myself. This is Nishita Harwani and I am from Vadodara, Gujarat. My topic for today is tax savvy to tax savvy, which is further elaborated as automation in accounting and auditing. Are we prepared? So guys, the ultimate question comes to, are we prepared? So for that, you just need to give me 10 to 15 minutes of your precious time. Please maintain the decorum and let's begin with the session. Acha, the session starts with a question. Who are we? Students, chartered accountants, to be chartered accountants, right? Chartered accountants are often regarded as tax savvy. I have seen clients coming and asking chartered accountants, yaar, CA साहब, please do something tax कम देना है government को, right? But now, as a chartered accountant, along with being tax savvy, we want to become tax savvy. What is this tax savvy? Technology तो पढ़ाते ही नहीं है यार हमको CA में, या EIS पढ़ लिया है हमने, right? So basically, tax savvy is technological disruption or having perfect knowledge of technology. What are the aspects that I will be covering in today's session? Firstly, we will be beginning with introduction of what is automation, proceeding with pros and cons of automation, further proceeding with insights of what is RPA and some examples, and the ultimate question, are we actually prepared? And then concluding the same. Do you guys, every one of us have learned ABCD in school, right? But what we learned is A for apple, B for ball. But nowadays, there will be era wherein future generation will be learning A for automation, B for blockchain technology, C for cryptocurrency, and D for digitalization. There will be an era of technology. What is automation? Automation is automating the task in accounting and field of auditing. Now the question arises, why do we need to automate? What is the need? There was a conversation with one of the reputed chartered accountants, like
I asked him, sir, what is the need for automation and why we are doing so? So he gave me a data. There was a time when one engagement team used to have one laptop or technical devices for conducting the audit. And today, many of us are doing articleship, right? And we know this time every one of us have at least 2 devices. Ek, we have our personal device, and second, we have office ka device, carrying work burden everywhere. So the basic thing is that now every team member of the engagement team has a laptop given by the firm or has the digital devices given. So automation is everywhere. I can also quote that we do not use technology, we live technology. We eat technology. Technology is around us, technology is with us. हर सिक्के के 2 पहलू होते हैं, हर सिक्के के 2 पहलू होते हैं. उसी तरह automation, if it has some benefit, it is also going to have some pros, that is benefit and cons. But first, as we know that यार कुछ अच्छे से शुरुआत करते हैं, I will start with benefits of automation. The first most benefit of automation is increased efficiency, saving time and money. What does automation do? The repetitive task that's easier and it saves our time. It also saves our money and the task becomes standardized. Also, automation helps us to satisfy compliance and regulatory needs. Now the question arises, how? Can anyone tell me how does automation help us to satisfy compliance and regulatory needs? You all are articles, I guess, and you must know. Anyone, or shall I answer? Okay. Anyway, we all have deadlines to meet, right? And automation helps us with that. Proceeding further, automation also helps us to integrate an orchestration for consistent and accurate information. Now the thing is, we all know that there is a process of doing something. There is data, then there is process, and then we get the information. Automation helps us to relieve, or I can say curb, errors in this process. We try our best to input correct data, but there are errors sometimes. These errors are curbed by automation. Visibility to enable business insights. Through automation, one can easily get the knowledge and insights of our business, and we can easily proceed further. Now, coming to pitfalls of automation. As I already quoted that every coin has 2 sides. No matter what, if we have benefits of automation, we will definitely have some pitfalls, or also I can say cons of automation. The first and foremost pitfall of automation comes to security risk. We have our data in our computers and laptops, but with this, we also have the important financial information of our clients. And there comes the threat of security. We all are afraid that what if the data of our clients gets stolen? It is a pathetic situation. But anyways, it can be curbed with the help of authentication and passwords. The second pitfall comes to lack of human interaction. Due to machines taking the role of humans everywhere, there comes a lack of human interaction. And due to this, some processes may be mismanaged, which leads to bad results. Third pitfall comes to maintenance difficulty. If once, even though we automated, it is not easy to maintain. We need entire IT team for the same. We need personnel who are expert in the IT sector to do and maintain our automation and integrated systems. And again, I also quoted regulatory compliances in benefits, but here I am quoting regulatory compliances again in pitfalls. Why so? See, it might happen at the end of the day, it is robot. It might happen that dates get missed and it causes chaos in our deadlines to meet. As all of my mates have already discussed what is robotic process automation. I don't want to go to the definition again and to make the session boring. Let me take an example of what is RPA and what is robotic process automation. Let's take an example of payroll management. Nowadays, generally employees who are present, employees taking leave, employees payroll, everything is recorded by the machine, which is again and one of the good of the example of RPA. RPA is nowadays being used by various firms, may it be Big Four or may it be various medical firms. As per recent data by Deloitte, around 54% of RPA deployment is seen in the process of accounting and financing. Meanwhile, the percentage of internal audit remains lower to 2%. Which accounting tasks should be automated, or rather, I can say which accounting tasks have been automated? It can be accounting or payroll receivable, finance management, payroll, cash visibility and forecasting, purchase, and expense management. This is what I have tried to cover for accounting tasks to be automated. There are many which cannot be easily counted on fingers. Next comes to audit automation. It is believed that by 2023, around 90% of the tasks will be done by RPA, that is robotic process automation. May it be monitoring, may it be controlling, may it be anything. RPA will be used in all the firms. And as I have already quoted, our generation will be learning a different ABCD soon. The biggest question comes to, what are the impacts on auditors' skills? Many auditors are afraid that, yeah, if everything will be automated, we will lose our jobs. But this is not the case. The practical things come to, a human mind cannot be replaced by any robot. What a human can do cannot be done by any robot. The thing is that no matter how many machines and automation and integrated systems are employed in our firms, but at the end of the day, when it comes to decision making, when it comes to managerial processes, we need human brain. So as a chartered accountant and to be a student of chartered accountant, I can say that we will be never out of jobs. And also, as our man quoted in previous session, that we are future of our country and we are the economic holders of our country. Now the main question comes, are we actually prepared for automation? Anyone? Okay, seems audience. Okay. The question is, are we actually prepared for automation? Okay, some of them are saying yes, and some of them are saying no. As we heard, the answer is quite diplomatic. We are still re-engineering various processes which need to be automated. It is not easy and it is not an overnight task. I cannot go and say, and I cannot expect from anyone to automate the things overnight, and this is not practically possible. This requires time. Firstly, we were using Tally, right? Nowadays, if you know that SAP, Oracle, etc. functions are being used by many articles and by many firms, including the Big Four. So again, the answer comes to, yes, we are not completely prepared for automation. It requires time. It requires re-engineering of processes. But by the time everything can be automated, but again, as I already quoted, that the decision-making process remains to humans and to us as a chartered accountant. You guys can see a picture, and the question comes to, is this glass half full or half empty? Okay, some might say it's half full, some might say it's half empty. Again, it's perspective, and both the perspectives are correct. It's not an issue if you feel this glass to be half empty, and it's not a big deal if you feel the glass to be half full. So the point comes to that everyone has their own perspective. Automation is not a complete plan for us. And again, automation is not complete boon for us. It will take time, but the things may be automated and the human jobs will never be replaced. Here is the quote: automation applied to an inefficient operation will magnify the efficiency. And we all know that technology fosters every day. Every day something new is coming. Even if I am giving a speech here, you all are listening to me, there might be some or other innovation, someone innovating something good, and we never know. It is not easy to count these things on our fingertips. Technology fosters every day. Automation is gonna work sooner or later. Thank you so much, everyone, for your patient listening. Thank you.
I would also like to remind the audience that there is a valedictory session after this one. Now I would like to call C.S. Gupta sir for his closing remarks.
Okay, good afternoon. So it has been immense pleasure to listen to all our presenters. Let us start with a tough question. So we have all used Alexa. What is gender of Alexa? Male, female? So let us have a hand count. How many of you say male? How many of you say female? So Alexa, see, our presenters are all female. Alexa is gender neutral. It is AI based, but 90% of the time you ask question to Alexa, it answers in female voice. So we conclude that it is female. Now we are mature enough. So I'm taking this discussion to next level. You know, just because our belief is that Alexa is female, we talk lot of rubbish to Alexa. Exactly, that was the point I wanted to make. The creators, the researchers of Alexa did some research to find out how it starts behaving if it is subject to such rubbish. Believe me, the results have been mind-boggling. I'll tell you. You know, lot of voice-based technologies being used today. The way Alexa behave was like this. It will shut you out from all voice-enabled systems across the world. The lock will be put on those systems and no one is going to have a key to open that lock. That is the risk that you are looking from when you look to artificial intelligence. So I thought, let us share this. Now I have a very different view on the session itself. मुझे लगता है सेशन का नाम गलत है. टैक्स सेवी से टैक्स सेवी ये गलत है क्योंकि इसमें एक अंतर्निहित assumption है, a deemed fiction is there that all chartered accountants practice tax. I did articleship from a CA firm in Indore and I did a 4 years articleship. How I did a 4 year articleship is a different story, not online. It's physical. We can do it without mic and recording. I love to tell that. During my articleship, I did more than 1200 tax audits. So the day I became chartered accountant, I had decided that I will do everything except tax. So outside my office, my name is there, my firm name is not there. I don't like that. But CA, it's written. Generally, in a chartered accountant office, you don't have a walk-in. कोई चलता फिरता आपके ऑफिस में नहीं आएगा. 90% of the time we all know who is going to come. But this person, he entered the office, chartered accountant. And our offices are not on the ground floor facing the road. They are up second, third floor and backside of the complex. So that person entered our office and he had some problem of capital gain. उसने 2 मिनट में अपनी प्रॉब्लम कैपिटल गेन की शेयर कर ली. उसने मुझे बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया. My office is only that much big that if I open the door, you meet me like that. So he said that problem of capital gain. I listened very patiently, and after that person had completed the problem, I said, your problem is genuine. There is one more problem. It is a story to listen to. मैंने उसको कहा, मैं चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूं पर टैक्स प्रैक्टिस करता नहीं हूं. उसके जीवन में वो क्रांतिकारी स्टेटमेंट था. लेट मी डू इट. मैं ऐसे खड़ा हूं, उसने फिजिकली मेरे को देखा ऐसे, उसने ऊपर से नीचे तक देखा और पूछा, क्यों आप सीए हैं क्या? So the day I started my journey as chartered accountant, I had decided no taxation. I don't file my own tax returns. I take help of another CA to do it. So I have a specific query on the name of the session, but let us take as it is. So tax savvy to tech savvy, like that. Have you all seen the movie iRobot? It's a very good movie. It will be available online also. It's a movie iRobot by based on novel by Isaac Asimov. Will Smith is the key character. Because we are talking about technology, it is going to tell you how technology is evolving. Please find time to see the movie. It's a phenomenal movie on technology. It will be available. HBO every 6 months they show, and it will be available online. iRobot. So where we are heading towards. So what I'll do after this brief, I'll run through. I've noted all what our 3 presenters had said. Let me run through what points they made. Let us improve upon all those. Okay. So I'm starting with Mahima. She talked about the way it came about, starting with punch card. And see the year you are, virtually first computer was made virtually exactly 100 years back from today. Punch card came in 50s and 60s to be used. Technology has evolved to a phenomenal extent. All the participants talked about robotic process automation. One of the fields they all 3 talked about was using it for payroll automation. In fact, just for the sake of it, payroll automation has reached a level where employee, she need not carry the employee card by just, there are chips embedded. I don't know whether you know it. The people have got chips embedded in their body. All their attendance movement is recorded based on those chips. So the level of technology use has gone far beyond our imagination. So that is one. Payroll automation, yes, it is a huge opportunity for all of you. Once you become chartered accountant, just for the sake of it, once all of us become chartered accountant, how many of you want to get into practice, CA practice? Raise hand. Okay, good. That is good. It's a very big opportunity, payroll outsourcing. Please put your mind, heart into it. I know of outsourcing companies whose global turnover on payroll outsourcing is $5 billion. So $5 billion in rupee term is 8,000 crores into 40,000 crores. So just keep a tag of it. It's a phenomenal opportunity for all of you to get into. Then Mahima had an example on data accuracy. She talked about 36,500 crores
being entered at 35,600 crores. So during articleship, how many of you have tallied untallied trial balance? आप में से कितने लोगों को untallied trial balance को tally करने का सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ है? कुछ हाथ ऊपर हुए, अरे वाह, that is good, because when the difference between the debit side of the trial balance and credit side of the trial balance is divisible by 9, you know what error it is? That is called as the error of transposition. The example Mahima gave, 365 written as 356. So now what has happened, that all these errors have been incorporated in system. Their tracking mechanism is there in system. It's all automatically driven now today. Payroll, Mahima brought that issue. Then yes, one of the things all three participants validly brought was use of robotic process automation in internal audit. Please understand what exactly is the idea. So suppose I am managing director of the company and my organization's turnover is say 10,000 crores, and I'm interested in just see, can I manage by looking at each transaction? No, I have to manage by what you call as MBE, management by exception. So all these processes are defined, automated in system. On my dashboard is what? My mobile. Please take my word for it. From today onwards, whatever you learn, whatever you develop, evolve, consider this as the tool. Laptops, desktops are gone. Mobile is the tool. So the managing director has it configured on the mobile of his, her mobile. So whatever goes wrong, it comes as a red button there. That level of automation has been brought. What actions have to be taken, who has to take action, all are communicated to all people across that. So it's a phenomenal change that is coming. Internal audit, big corporates, lot of examples were taken from big 4 accounting firms. They are all using automated audit tools, and you all will have to use that. I think you all read Information Technology Act. We've all read? Good. There is a section 7A in the Information Technology Act. The header of the section is e-audit. So when the forms are digital, signatures are digital, filing is digital, storage is digital, then why audit physical? So you're already in a phase of online audit. In fact, how many of you did bank audit for March 31st, 2020? Article, very good. Articleship में किन लोगों को 31 मार्च 2020 को बैंक ऑडिट करने का मौका मिला था? How many of got that? Great. So all of you have done that in online mode. So it's already there. There is nothing that is there that needs to be redefined, reconfigured. Online audit is there, which is being used today. So RPA is a very good tool that is being taken up for doing online audits. Internal audit is one of the field where it is being used lot of time. Then all three referred to RPA. Then coming to Ashi's presentation, I'll just pick few points. I virtually noted whole of their presentation. So she talked about, yes, this was one of the good parts. In our office, we now don't have articles. Some time back, we had to have 12 articles. We never had the chairs to seat them. But अभी लगता है articles rare earth metal जैसे हो गए हैं, ढूंढने से भी मिल नहीं रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ हो गया है. But beyond that, you know rare earth metal ना, chemistry 10वीं तक तो अपन ने सबने पढ़ी है. वो periodic number table के नीचे जो अलग से table आता है ना, जो बीच में ऐसा लगा रहता है, वो rare earth. So whenever we have अभी अपने को रेयर अर्थ में मैं जर्मेशियम हूं ऐसा ढूंढने की जरूरत नहीं है. You are all rare earth like that. So in our office, whenever we have staff or articles like that, one of the first thing we teach them is Control S. उसको बोल के रखा है, कुछ नहीं करे ना तो भी 10 मिनट में Control S दबाते रहना. Okay, so that was good. That came from Ashi's presentation. Then, yeah, she talked about something called as the process of escalation. So if your automated audit tool says something, gives something, there has to be escalation methodology, and escalation can only be done through human intervention. With there, humans are going to be useful. That means basically you and me as chartered accountants. Then she talked about SWOT analysis. That was good. Coming to Nishita's presentation. So Nishita, you are from Vadodara and you are both from Indore. Okay. So Vadodara, you have Sayajiganj and आपको चाट वाट अगर बड़ौदा में खाना है तो सयाजीगंज में बहुत बढ़िया मिलती हैं. Okay. So coming to Nishita's presentation, she talked about good things. One of the topics she added was pitfalls of automation. In fact, all three participants talked about security. Yes, I just want to add, see, whatever presentations we do, let me put to you. Suppose data is in your office and there is a theft in your office. Is it a security issue? You have to say yes. Say loudly, yes. Great. Now, I want to multiply it with something that is tough. Does it create a code of conduct issue for chartered accountant? Yes. आपका क्लॉज बोलता है कि अगर क्लाइंट का डेटा आपके पास रखा है तो उसकी सिक्योरिटी की जिम्मेदारी किसकी है? So this I basically wanted all the three presenters to add to their presentation. It was very well done. I enjoyed. So the impact first. So whatever data we have, it has impact on the security aspect. It has impact on the professional misconduct aspect. One just adding that to that. Then if I say SA 230, I am talking about documentation. All technology is going to have deep impact on audit documentation. So that idea had to be brought in the presentation. See, we have all learned that if last एकदम चुप रहना है, कोने वाला. There is a person called Yehudi Menuhin. पता है क्या आपको? नहीं. He was a famous violinist. इजराइल की फिलहार्मोनिक ऑर्केस्ट्रा को कंडक्ट करते थे. तो कंडक्ट करते तो ऑर्केस्ट्रा देखिए ना, ऐसे 100 लोग एक साथ हारमोनियम बजाते हैं, वायलिन बजाते हैं. तो ये वाज कंडक्टिंग, तो 100 लोगों में से 95th पर्सन की वायलिन की चौथी कॉर्ड टूट गई. तो यहूदी मेन्यून को यही पता चल गया था कि चौथी कॉर्ड टूट गई. So pin drop is pin drop like that. Okay. So this what she brought was SWOT analysis. That was my Ashi and Nishita. One point that I marked was pitfalls of automation. So we talked about security, the pitfalls that it creates for members per se. So we must have that awareness level. I'll just request all three participants to add this aspect to their presentation. Ultimately, we are going to be chartered accountants providing services as designated by law. So these are compliance issues which come through that law. So we must be able to talk about that. The last part that I want to talk is lot of references were made to AI-based compliances. I have had a talk with a employee of a Mumbai-based company. They are doing AI-based compliance for 29 companies on BSC and 49 companies on NSC. उसका वो AI based compliance करते हैं. For every board meeting they make a presentation. So AI is already getting into the location we are working. It's changing. It's means risk is one aspect. We must be able to get along with AI. The one point that all three had, are we prepared? So we need to be ready for it. And then do we need to learn coding? Absolutely not. What we basically need to learn, how to use technology to enhance our service delivery. That is what is needed. How I learn technology to improve the delivery that I am doing. Just sharing an example. Some time back, we did this, being online, I cannot talk much, but we did a stock audit of a company at 350 locations, 500 crore stock, 10 days. That included Andaman also. So once we completed the audit, I realized that this requires automation. So then we have been able to develop a whole process of paperless stock audit. There was a reference of manual stock audit and stock audit based on drone. We got into between and we have been able to devise how to do paperless stock audit. So it is basically how you learn technology and how you apply for your own purposes. In my own office, all attendance is online, all payments are online, all queries are online. We make presentation to the client based on online generated queries. None of our staff carries a paper. Audit करने के लिए कागज पेन ले जाते नहीं हैं. So automation is what you adopt. Automation is what you do. That is going to help you achieve the purpose. Let me just see what I wanted to say more. Okay, so that is how things are moving. Before we end, क्योंकि सभी लोगों ने कुछ कहा है कविता के रूप में, तो दो बातें जो मैंने सीखी है वो शेयर कर रहा हूं. दुष्यंत कुमार की फेमस लाइन है, आपने सुना है, कौन कहता है आसमां में सुराख नहीं हो सकता, एक पत्थर तो तबीयत से उछालो यारो. और जीवन में जो भी करो वो कैसा होना चाहिए, तो ये बच्चन साहब की है, तैरती तो लाशें हैं, डूबने के लिए जिंदगी चाहिए. So superficial knowledge will be like dead body that floats. But if you want a deep understanding, go inside. So तैरती तो लाशें हैं, डूबने के लिए जिंदगी चाहिए. Thanks, my best wishes. I pray to God that you all become FCA, as I am also an FCA, that is Future Chartered Accountants. Okay, thank you.
Now I would like to request Jay Shah sir to present a token of remembrance to our session chairman, Sri Atul Gupta sir. Now I request Yashi to present token of remembrance to Mahima Jain. request Aryan Jain to present a token of remembrance to Nishita Harwani. Now I invite CA Jayesh Hassan for vote of thanks.
So wonderful deliberation by the Powerpuff Girls. So मेरा आप लोगों से एक छोटा सा क्वेश्चन है, आप लोगों ने व्हाइट हैट जूनियर का नाम सुना है? ठीक है, सोनू सूद ने उसकी एडवर्टाइजमेंट करी थी। आप में से कितनों ने अभी तक कोशिश करी कि मैं कोडिंग सीखूं? Few of them are there. Very good. Reason being, आप लोग फेसबुक, ट्विटर, इंस्टाग्राम सब चलाते हो, पर एक इंपॉर्टेंट बात है, आप अपना भविष्य नहीं बदल सकते, लेकिन आप अपनी आदतों को बदल सकते हैं, और निश्चित रूप से आपकी आदतें आपका भविष्य बदल देगी। ये इंपॉर्टेंट इसलिए है कि आज के समय में जब हम स्मार्ट टैक्स, कंप्यू जीएसटी, कंप्यू टैक्स, जीनियस, ऑल ये सॉफ्टवेयर यूज करते हैं, आप समझिए आप एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंट बन जाएंगे, उसके बाद में आप किसी बिग फोर्स में जाना चाहेंगे, किसी बड़ी कंपनी में जाना चाहेंगे। What additional you have learned? Right now we are talking about tech savvy और tech savvy. So tech का मतलब क्या? टेक्नोलॉजी। आप कितना जानते हैं? आज एक अपर एज लाने के लिए अगर आप कहीं बिग फोर्स में जाते हैं, एक नॉर्मल पर्सन को पैकेज मिल रहा है 8 लाख का। I have a cousin who got into this KPMG and he got a package of 16 lakhs just because he was having this additional technology upgradation. उसने कोई courses किए थे and they found it wonderfully useful. So that way, I would suggest all of you to definitely look into the matter and अपनी आदतें बदलिए, अपना time waste होने की बजाय उसे useful बनाइए। So I would like to thanks team Sikasa, Swarnim Gupta, our chairman of Sikasa, and entire team Indore ICI branch, and special thanks to everyone. Last कुछ lines बोल के इसको conclude करूँगा। हीरे को परखना हो तो अंधेरे का इंतजार करो, हीरे को परखना हो तो अंधेरे का इंतजार करो, क्योंकि धूप में तो कांच के टुकड़े भी चमकने लगते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. We now be proceeding for a further session of parliamentary sessions within 15 minutes.
Guys, we will be proceeding for the parliamentary session immediately. So please, each speaker and take a respective seat.
Hello. So, who all are the winners waiting to get the certificates for their respective sports for the Youth Fest? Can you raise your hand, please? Okay, majority of you. So, have you given your names to the MOC regarding which sport you are the winner? Sorry? Okay, we'll proceed for that. अमितेश आजा। है तो सही ना सर। फिर अपन ये नाम फॉलो करना चालू करते हैं, खुद जब तक चला वही कर रहा हूँ। नहीं अरे वो वाले फोटोज है अपने पास।